bitches.
Make the ground shake.
Good morning, Unga Bungas and Ooga Boogers. What is this weather? I have a cough today. I don't know what happened. Hi, only friends. Hi, Cupcake. I didn't sleep well. I'm tired as hell. I don't know how many times I got woken up. And I went to sleep late as well. Don't be getting sick. I mean, it's definitely not a choice. I haven't even opened the game I'm playing today. Classic Tato. What it's installing something now. I already installed this game. What is installing? Give me peace. Okay, now it just fast forwarded. Oh. Okay. This game has taken me hostage and won't let me tab out. Fantastic. Release me! It will not release me. Okay. Continue. So my screen's gone blank. This is great. I literally can't see anything. Thank God Task Manager saved the day. God damn, okay. I'm gonna pause that music. I might just accede to this game for now because it looks like it's giving me issues. Yeah, anyway. Because I still have load shedding, I think I'm not gonna play any games for now. But it shouldn't be too long. Also, why are we... You sound Blair? You can't just tell people they sound Blair. What the heck, man? I do feel Blair though. I'm hoping, because we have no power currently, so I'm hoping when I have had a cup of coffee, I sound less Blair. Because most of the time when I stream, I've already had coffee that day. Or I am currently having coffee. So today I slept bad.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, motherfucker.
Lily! Good morning. You've barely woken up. Did you just open your eyes, Mal? Apologies if I do cough. I'll try and mute when I can. How is everybody? We're just chatting for now because I still don't have power, so I'm just waiting for it to come on. But today we'll be playing Broken Age. You having trouble keeping your eyes open? Don't open them then. Leave them closed, Mal. Go back to sleep. Unless you need to work today, in which case get up. Up, up, up. It's uppies time. That's such a cute cupcake. What the hell? You don't want uppies? You need to work today, Mal? How are you doing, Lily? You've been awake since 6:30. No. Why? Your mom video called you by accident? Oh no. That's terrible though. Also, for the VTube, well, I guess the PNG tuber that I'm using today, I had to change the, what is it called? Fuck, I don't remember. Oh, chroma key thing. Yeah. I had to change that. Because my hair is bright green, so for some reason it was cancelling it out. And I was like, no! Stop! Give me peace, man. You need to work today? You need to finish your current project? I mean, at least you have work, Mal, so... That's something. That's good. Hopefully there's more. Bold. Yeah, it did look very strange. I did look at it and I was like, wait a second, something ain't right here. Green is a bit of an iffy color. So Yoda made this for me for my 2-year anniversary. I was saving up to get it done anyway, because he has a point redeem for it. And then he went and made it anyway. You need to catch up a lot of... Ah! I almost lost both my eyeballs from a giant sneeze. I don't remember what I was saying. Did you have to catch up, Mal? Yeah. That's good though. That's good. You were saving for it, but you just enjoy throwing things at him too much. That's fair. That is completely fair. Thank you, Raven. I hope I'm not getting sick. I had to get up. Oh my god, guys. I don't remember what time it was, because honestly I didn't look at my phone this morning much. But at some point there was like a water gushing sound this morning, and I was like, please be serious. let me sleep. It's a Saturday. And I went and stood like by my closest window, which happened to be the bathroom window. And I was like, no, I think it's the neighbors. And so I got back into bed. And then I laid in bed and I was listening to it for a while. And I was like, but what if it's not the neighbors? Because we've had plumbing problems. So I got up and I like swung my head out the back door. And it was like water gushing out the back tap. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I still don't know what it was. But I turned off the water. And then I turned it back on. And it stopped doing the thing it was doing. And I was like, well, hope that wasn't important. Because I have no idea. But it was just randomly gushing water. And both of us were like dead asleep. So I have no idea what that was. I will forever remain puzzled. That and Sky was pushing on the sliding door this morning. So it sounded like someone was coming into the house and I was just like, bro, what the fuck? Oh my goodness. Have you tried turning it on and off again? I mean, that's what I did. I turned it off and on again. Not on and off again, but off and on again, and it was fine. So I don't really know what it did. It was very strange morning. Ray had a very strange dream and he was telling me about it. And I just couldn't sleep because everything kept happening. Hi Luxie. How are you doing? Oh gosh. I need coffee, man. It's too early in the day to be going without coffee. I'm doing alright. Well, yeah, like I was saying, didn't sleep very well. Had a bit of a roller coaster of a morning. I'm just hanging in until I can have some sustenance. Some coffee. And my boyfriend ordered pizza because, you know. Why not? You gonna get some Milo? Hell yeah! Coffee is gross. To each their own, you know. More coffee for me if you want to have Milo. You're so hungry, Lily? You haven't eaten today? It's like, what, 10 o'clock for you? Where is our pizza? I mean, since none of y'all know where I live, I can say come and get it. You need breakfast? It is definitely well past breakfast time, Cupcake. You haven't eaten today? Oh my goodness. It works out. You see, that's the thing people don't understand. Like, I say to them, oh yeah, I don't eat this thing. And they're like, oh, why not? I'm like, why are you complaining? There's more for you. Praise be, you don't eat the food I eat? 100%. You're not gonna eat my food, I'm not gonna eat yours. You know? You woke up 5-10 minutes before I started. You have a cup of tea? Okay, that's good. You woke up, you weren't hungry, and now you're in load shedding. Oh, yeah. You got load shedding? Yeah. Actually, I mean, that's why I don't currently have coffee now, is because I have load shedding. It's, the thing is, I knew I was gonna have load shedding today. I guess I just wasn't, I was not prepared. For the shit sleep that I had, I guess. You haven't eaten today? Ah! Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Did I say your name correctly? Luxie Ignis? Should come on now. It should come on anytime now, since mine just went off. Yeah, it should be on soonish. I'm actually surprised to see that we have stage 3 and 4. Also, hello, fellow South African. We have stage 3 and 4 over the weekend, because we don't normally. I think I haven't decided my Sunday stream time or anything because I wasn't sure what was gonna happen, and now evidently it's stage 3 and 4. It's pushed to stage 4. So, oh, it's just completely pushed to stage 4. Oh, I didn't know that. Shit. 5 hours ago? Okay, yeah, I was definitely not looking at my phone then. Jeez, stage 4 over a weekend. That's really rough. I'm gonna have to perhaps reconsider my Sunday stream. Because, yeah, that's insane. I was able to stream... I was able to do a 12-hour stream last week because we only had, like, what, stage 2 or something? And I was off at, like, 4 AM or some shit, so I was very lucky that day. But damn, stage 4 on a weekend. Feels bad, man. Was not expecting that. I was honestly expecting the schedule to go down. I wonder if they're gonna say that the coal got wet again. Because they are a fan of saying that. Like, oh shit. This thing we've been doing for many years has suddenly been thwarted by weather that we've had for many years. I don't understand it. I don't know where they come from, where they're like, yes, this is a good excuse. This makes sense. As if we've never had rain before. It's very confusing. I don't know. The thing is, like, we don't do anything about it either, so, like... Can't we basically predict weather now, too? Lily, it's so funny. So, I don't remember when it was exactly. It was... Oh, just a sec. I got my pizza, y'all. You had a sub here? You might have been gifted a sub at some point? I'm not too sure. But Lily, so like, I can't remember exactly when it was, like a year or 2 ago. They literally used that excuse of like, the coal got wet. And that's why the load shedding was really bad. But like, it was raining a lot during that time. And there was, like lines of trucks full of coal, and that's what I believe was getting wet. And I'm like, yeah, just throw a tarp over it. Why are you being a bunch of wallies? But that was literally their excuse. Also, hi Stitch, how are you? If you know something can't get wet, cover it. Yeah. What you making for brekkies, Cupcake? Not the urge to say llama every time. Oats? That's good though. I don't know what the weather's like by you, Cupcake, but by me it's moody as all hell. What is that? Man chicken? I hate it. I'm just gonna say that now. What is that? Oh, Lily. That is very cursed. It's overcast and rainy? Okay, same as me then. Gonna be lurking? My once every 6 months Stitch? No, it's gotta be more often than that. But of course, go lurkies. Go take care of number 1. Kitten? You have a kitten, Lily? Oh my god.
What's poppin'?
Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Stitch. Yeah, I'm in Johannesburg for now. I'll be moving at the end of May. I'm going to Cape Town. I can't wait. I grew up in PE, so I miss the coast. But probably didn't realize how much I missed it until very recently. Is Cape Town known as the Windy City now? Because growing up, PE was always the Windy City. And to be fair, that place is windy as hell. But Cape Town's the Windy City? Oh, you just know it's very windy? Yeah. I've heard that the wind's actually insane. Like, driving with the wind. I guess depending on how bulky your car is. You need to compensate a bit for the wind. Oh man. Load shedding sucks, but having like something warm to eat is so nice. She doesn't like to drive at all? Yeah, understandable. I don't like to drive normally. But I feel like driving in Cape Town is gonna be hell. Hi, old drunko. Good morning. Your grand's 900cc car has fun in Cape Town? Oh no. I don't know car sizes, but that sounds small. I'm doing good, El Drunko. How about you? I hope you're not El Drunko in the morning. Just with coffee? Okay, that's fine. I'm waiting for my power to come back so that I can have coffee too. Because I definitely did not wake up in time to make coffee this morning. Random helicopter flying over my house. Cool. French toast with chicken nuggets and soup. Oh my goodness, that sounds like a feast. Why'd you live so far away? Otherwise I'd ask for my invitation to the feast. Breakfast and lunch. Hell yeah. I don't know what this music is, but it sounds like someone's squeezing a rubber ducky. Oh! Widgeon, Bird Boy. It's got a duck on the cover. That makes sense. Lily, you have a kitten? I didn't know this. It does sound little duckies. Well, to me it sounds like little duckies. So this playlist that I'm listening to is Game Chops, if you guys aren't familiar. They make a bunch of just chill, vibey music. Sometimes there's like loud music that gives me a fright. But they've had this stream going since January 11th. And I'm guessing they just have like a playlist of music that just plays. You're linking stuff, Lily. Wait, is that your kitty's name? And you haven't shown us any pictures of said kitty? How old is the baby? You can send, please. I want to see the kitty. Not even a year old? Oh, it's itty bitty. Is my internet shitting itself or not? I don't think my internet is shitting itself. It looks fine. Maybe he just turned a year old? A baby? Yeah, no, a year old I think is where they start coming into themselves, but I think they become like an adult cat around like 2 years old. Somewhere between a year and a half to 2 years old. Then they're like proper sized. Before that, they're still babies. Hi, Wolfie! Where is my power, man? I'm just sitting here twiddling my thumbs waiting for my power to come back on so that I know it's safe to play a game. Because if it doesn't come back, I might have to... I might have to end stream. I hope it does come back though, because jeez. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, thank you. You gonna go cook now, Raven? Enjoy your foods. I'm doing good, Wolfie. How are you? Well, I mean, besides, I haven't had coffee today, but I had pizza, and that seems to have cleared my throat a little bit. So that was nice. Because I just had water before, and the water wasn't doing shit for me. But I always find that, like, when I'm a little bit sick, I love greasy food, oily food. Because even though I know, like, lemon and honey is really good for your throat and whatever, like, nothing beats oily food. Like, damn. That really helps. Oh, you posted on the server. Let me see. Oh, it's a little tuxedo baby. Oh, and look at those whiskers. Oh, the ear fluffs. Oh, my heart. Oh, baby. Oh. He's a pain in the ass. What does he do? It's a little shit. Oh, man. I love him. If you're on my server, Lily posted on IRL pics. There's pics of her kitty. Oh. And the little pink beans. And the pink nose. Bless him. He's a cutie. I wonder what color his eyes are going to be. Do you think they're going to continue to change, or do you think they're going to be that color? Because that's really pretty. I had a kitten when we got her. She had these like bright blue eyes, but obviously they start off that color and then they slowly like change into their adult color. Oh, but that's lovely. What a pretty kitty. A pity that he's a pain, because yeah, he is very, very pretty. He knocked your dad's plant over, broke the pot, and he rolled in the dirt. Oh my god. What a menace. What an absolute menace. What pizza did you have? It was just Hawaiian pizza, which honestly I haven't had in a while. But it's a classic, right? It was so good. Pizza, pineapple belongs on pizza. Do we have any pineapple deniers in the chat? I'm just asking. I'm not gonna ban anyone or anything, you know. It's not like we have a ban hammer here or anything. Hildrug goes to his food is food. Agreed. As long as it tastes good. I don't care if you like it. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You don't like warm, mushy fruits? How do you feel about avocado on pizza? Because that's one I can't handle. Avocado on pizza is a no-no for me. I don't care if other people eat it, and if it's on the pizza that I'm eating, I'll just pick it off. Because I can do that. I'll just take it off. You've never heard of avocado on pizza? People in South Africa love it. I don't know why. I just pick it off. Like, I don't care that it was on the pizza. A taco pizza? Wait, what is a taco pizza? Like, with the avo? Hell no. I agree. I'm not a fan of it, but like I said, I'll just pick it off. If I don't like something, I'll just pick it off. Hi, Epsilon. But yeah. I'm trying to think. To be fair, Lily, maybe you haven't heard of this either, but bacon banana pizza. I understand you don't like warm, mushy fruit, but bacon banana pizza slaps. And it's apparently a weird thing we eat in South Africa. I don't know what to tell you. F tier? Cupcake, I'm gonna ban you. Yes, you deserve to get banned. In fact, you deserve to get double banned. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. Yeah, bacon and banana. It's because it's sweet and salty. Just traumatizing Lily over here. You love Hawaiian pizza? Especially pizza. I have no idea what brand of... or what pizza chain we ordered from today, but it was super fucking tasty. And it was like loaded with toppings as well. It was very good. How have you only been banned 5 times, Cupcake? I feel like that number must be wrong. You hacked the system to change the number. But yes, bacon and banana, Lily, it's good. That's some good shit. And, gosh, I haven't had it in a very long time. I'm a good bean? What the fuck you mean? You are a good bean. It's not F tier! Sweet and salty? Sweet and salty is a classic combination. Shut the fuck up, Cupcake. Shut up. Shut up in your face, man. It's good shit. You're not into bananas? That's also fine. But it is a weird thing we eat in South Africa. But something I haven't had, basically, since I was a child, is, what is it? Cheese and chutney. Oh. We have a chutney in South Africa called Mrs. Balls. The name is very sus, but I promise it's good shit. Cheese and chutney is so good. Oh. What? You don't know Mrs. Balls? Lily, do you have like an import section in like supermarkets and stuff? Because I know you can definitely get it abroad. Not a lot of places. But you'll find the little bottle. Of course, Mrs. Balls. Wait, let me show you. There are SA stores. Yeah. Lily, you got no excuse for not knowing Mrs. Balls. Shame on you. You're missing out, by the way. This stuff is delicious. With a capital D. Alright, so you'll probably see these ones. Apparently they don't sell the big bottles, the big jars there. But they'll have like the original one, the classic one. They might have the bigger one, I'm not sure. But yeah, they only seem to have the original recipe. They don't have... We have like the hot one. There's a peach one as well. There's the peach one. Yeah. You'd have to drive into London. Oof. Is it a bit far, Lily? I don't know if I would drive all the way for Mrs. Balls. Maybe if I hadn't had it in a while. But yes, this stuff. On a toasted sandwich with cheese. Oh my god. Send me to heaven. I'm done with this world. No worries, only friends. I'm gonna call you friends if that's okay. It's a 30-minute drive. Do you mind a 30-minute drive? Because people in my city don't mind it so much. But you go to Cape Town and you ask anyone to drive further than 15-20 minutes, they're like, hell no, that's far. So I find that quite funny. Alright guys, the power is back. I'm gonna... Ooh, I almost opened the wrong game. I don't know what this game is about. A friend bought it for me. Everyone calls you friends? Alright, perfect. You don't mind? You may have found the closer, but I'll update you. Yeah, Lily, it's so good. Okay. I don't think the volume's too loud, but you guys will just have to let me know. I'm speaking a little bit softly today, so that might be an issue, but let's get this boy. Oops. Okay, hopefully he's working. I said, hopefully he's working. There we go. GG's Hassan. You see what I'm playing, Hassan? I assume you like Ito a lot. I love Ito. He's best boy. Imaginary head
Chico
pats.
Boneless screamed I jib imaginary head pats.
Thank you for the head pats, Yaku. I need to get shit started, but I'm lazy. Wait, what shit are you getting started? My parents think 5 minutes is too far? Exactly. People don't want to drive. Have you seen that cat on TikTok that bites treats? I have! I love that cat, Lily. I love that cat so much. Vicious as hell. Oh, thank you for the bubbles. Let me just set game. What is this called? Broken Age. People are coming over. I need to get ready for that, but lazy. Oh no. He's not both. He's level 40. You gotta change that, man. You gotta change that for sure. Please look at memes. Okay, I will have a look. Oh, there's a person standing behind me. But obviously my melon's in the way. Okay, so one is in the past, one is in the future. We'll start with the past. This looks very peaceful. Boop. Someone's calling you, lady.
Guess it's time to face the cupcakes.
Oh! Face the cupcakes?
Sugar bunting, where the sweetness is baked right in.
There you are. I was getting worried.
Worried that I chickened out?
No, I know you're not afraid of anything.
I mean, what's to fear? This is a great honor.
Right. Wait, I can't tell if you're being serious.
Well, there is one part that I'm really afraid of.
What's that?
I'm afraid that you won't get any food because I'm gonna beat you to the Maiden's Feast.
Dream on.
Oh? I got longer legs. Run, girly.
Come on, Pokey.
Oh my god, how she runs so slowly.
Okay, shut up, you guys. She's coming.
What if I don't go there?
Sugar bunting,
Damn
where
it.
the sweetness is baked right in.
Hi, Rosie. How are you?
Hello? No backing out now.
Surprise!
Ah,
No.
Yay!
There's my Valoria. Oh, look at my pretty girl. I can't believe. I just can't believe.
We're very proud of you. I think that's what your mother is trying to say.
Oh, she's not even dressed yet?
Can we do that after cake? Come on, cake first.
All right, but come on. Let's get this good time over with.
Oh, yes, cake.
jeez,
Now,
Grandma.
where did I put that knife?
I'm doing okay.
Nobody touches that cake until I find the ceremonial knife.
Ah,
I'm feeling a little bit sicky this morning. The knife. Do I have to help look for it?
Maybe the knife is under this towel.
never gonna find it.
Dad,
Cupcakes.
I hope you're not hiding that knife for your own good. Not until I find that knife, young lady.
She already caught me using my fingers.
What the fuck,
Eyes in
dude?
the back of her head, that woman.
Lavina,
What is it, girl?
any idea where Mom's knife is?
We're late. If I knew, I would have cut that cake, shoved it down your gullets, and had us out the door already. Oh,
My grandpa doesn't look too happy about this feast.
your grandpa is just stuck in the ways of old. Your grandma was the same way. Bless her soul. Not all of the town elders have stayed as hip
Who is
and
she?
with it
She's
as
not my
I
grandma,
have.
clearly.
Can I ask you about the Maiden's Feast?
Weren't you paying attention in maiden training?
How many of these feasts have you organized?
Let's see. A new Grand Mog appears every 14 years, and I'd have seen 6 of them, so... Hey! Are you trying to get my age out of me? I'll never tell.
What is Mog Chothra?
The latest in a long, distinguished line of Grand Mogs to visit our land.
Am I a
Distinguished?
sacrifice?
But anything that lives that long becomes distinguished. I mean, look at me!
Hi, Lilura. How are you?
Where do creatures like Mog Chothra come from?
They come from beyond the plague dam.
I want to go beyond the plague dam someday.
It's forbidden, but maybe you'll be lucky enough to be taken
I am a
soon in Mog
sacrifice.
Chothra's stomach.
How much do we know about these Grand Mogs?
The Grand Mogs have visited our lands for as long as anyone
the
can
fuck?
remember. They hide in the wilderness for years, and then they
Jesus,
come to
son.
feed. After feeding, they return to their land and, it is imagined, breed.
You actually imagine that?
What the fuck? You got more cake for breakfast? Cake is not a breakfast item, Hassan. But it's also very much past breakfast time. I'm doing okay, Lilura. I'm a little bit sicky today, but I think I'm okay.
Why was I chosen?
In every town visited by a Grand Mog,
I'm
the
literally a
villagers
fucking
vote for the
sacrifice.
maidens who represent
This
their
old lady
town's
is
best
wild, she
qualities.
is.
So in other words, beats me.
She got to live to a ripe old age. This bitch.
Okay, I think I know all I need to know about the Maiden's Feast.
And I'm getting
All you need to
eaten.
know is how to look pretty in your dress. We'll take care of
1:30
the
is your
rest.
breakfast time. Have you not had enough cake? He's trying to get diabetes. Why don't we just fight it?
So
Hell
why
yeah.
don't we just fight Mog Chothra?
Silence! Talk like that could ruin the maiden's feast. If you destroy the feast, Mog Chothra will destroy this village, including your family. Is that what you want?
No. I'd better go look for that knife.
And hurry. If we're late, you won't be selected and your family will be shamed.
The fuck? Let's go talk to Grandpa. Grandpa looks like he tried to fight it.
Do you know where Mom's knife is?
Wouldn't tell you if I did. I'm not doing one thing to help with this shame feast.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this Maiden's Feast either, to tell you the truth.
Then fight it, girl. Stand up for yourself.
I hope you're not filling that girl's head with nonsense, Brommel.
What if we have a shame kink? The old lady has baguettes on her hat? She does, she does. Also, that old lady, like I said, she got to live to a ripe old age. And she's sending off other young girls to get eaten.
Why do you hate the Maiden's Feast, Grandpa?
Make it make
Because
sense.
this used to be a town of warriors. It's a travesty, Bella.
Why'd we stop being warriors?
Lavina Clench and her ilk said there was too much bloodshed, pushed for appeasement. So we went soft. Became a town of bakers.
Hey, Gramps, want a cupcake?
Yes.
I'd better go find that knife.
Don't you dare. I hid it for a reason.
You did what?
Oh, nothing.
Grandpa. You little shit.
Nope, not there. Where would I?
Where would he have hid it? Did he hide it in the hat? Can I click on the hat? I don't think so.
So frustrating.
Mom, I was just wondering, what if we fought the monster instead of feeding it?
That's my girl. Now that's Beastender blood talking.
Please, my loves, don't make this any harder than it already is.
Grandpa ain't having none of that.
Don't suppose you have another knife in the back we can use?
I do, but your mom brought out a special one she wants to use. She wants everything to be perfect on your special day.
My special day of getting eaten.
Know where Mom's knife is, Rocky?
If I did, we'd all be eating cake right now.
And this little girl just wants me to die. Oh my god.
I hope that dress isn't to scale. How would I walk in that thing? I hope that dress isn't to scale. How would I walk in that thing?
What dress?
Definitely somewhere out here.
Grandpa Beastender?
Oh wait, what is this?
One of my mom's special dish towels, and it's still dry.
Why do I have that? Do I get to hit Grandpa over the head with it?
Need a towel, Grandpa?
Why? Do I look like some old drooling invalid to you?
Grandpa said, fuck
Grandpa
your shit.
Beastender? Grandpa Beastender? I'd better go find that knife.
Okay, release me.
I'd better go find that knife.
Okay. Grandpa is savage? Really, he is.
I hope that dress isn't to scale. How would I walk in that thing? Mom, I was just wondering, what if we fought the monster and...
I am unsure.
No backing
The
out
UPNG
now.
is cute,
Too
thank
many
you.
people would see me.
Think, Maria, think.
Ray brought me coffee! Yay! Oh, I can feel like a people again. Wait, I can't
No
leave.
backing out now. Too many people would see me.
I'm not backing out.
Lavina?
What is it, girl?
You love feeling like a people? Yeah. I can feel like a people now that I have coffee. Oh, that's strong coffee. Goddamn.
I'd better go look for that knife.
And hurry. If we're late, you won't be selected and your family will be shamed.
It's just got to be.
supposed to look like Mog Chothra, my handsome date to the prom.
What the fuck? This thing? The ball?
I must be losing my mind.
I hope that dress isn't to scale. How would I walk in that thing?
What dress is she talking about? Oh. I was trying to look out the window, but never mind.
Not until I find that knife, young lady.
She already caught me using my fingers.
Gross, man.
Eyes in the back of her head, that woman.
I've definitely already watched that cutscene.
Not until I find that knife.
Don't touch the red ones.
Oh?
Mom made those just for me.
You're going to eat
what?
all of those?
I've already had 6.
Jesus Lord!
That explains a lot.
This kid's just casually celebrating my death. Should we give a cupcake to Grandpa?
Grandpa Beastender?
Huh?
Hey Gramps, want a cupcake?
Oh, yes.
I'd better go find that knife.
Can't I just give him a cupcake? Like this?
For me?
Mom says you can't have any, I'm just showing it with showing it to
Mom
you.
says you can't have any. I'm just showing it to you.
Ah, I didn't want it anyway.
Not there.
For me?
For you, Grandpa.
Don't mind if I do.
Okay. Where's the knife, old man?
Grandpa Beastender?
Huh?
Hey Gramps, want a cupcake?
Oh, yes.
Another one?
I'd better go find that knife.
Where would I? I remember I had it, and then so frustrating.
Lavina?
What is it, girl?
I'm unsure how to progress because I don't know what else to do.
Leave it in the kitchen? No.
Yes, I want to
Why
hint to
not?
some. Grandpa wasn't there paper around that? What?
Definitely.
Oh, the cupcake. It
You
was
eat the one you've got before you grab another.
Mom, it's her special day. Let her have all the cupcakes she wants.
yeah, because I'm gonna get fucking
Except the
eaten.
red ones.
No, I'm gonna eat the red ones. Fuck you.
You eat the one you've got before you grab another.
Shut up. I didn't eat it. Grandpa did. Oh wait, I have another one. Lol.
Where is that darn knife?
You seem excited.
I am. I think I'm gonna barf.
That could be all the cupcakes you've been eating.
I'm just sad I'm too young. I wish we didn't have to wait 14 years for another Mog.
I'll try to make you proud, Rocky.
I'm already proud of you, stupid.
What the fuck?
This stupid knife is ruining
No
me.
backing out now. Too many people would see me.
Hey, don't go get dressed yet. I don't want you getting cake on your good outfit. Oh, a little frosting never hurt a maiden's feast gown.
Then give to the old man. I already gave a cupcake to
Hey,
Grandpa.
don't go get dressed yet.
Do I have to give him another one? What the fuck is wrong with this child? Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
Grandpa Beastender?
Huh?
Hey Gramps, want a cupcake?
Oh, yes.
I'd better go find
Give
that
Grandpa
knife.
a red one? How do you grab a red one though? Because I keep getting the white ones.
For me?
Split it with you?
Deal.
Grandpa!
On second thought, you can have the whole thing.
Suit yourself.
Grandpa!
Where did I put that thing?
What thing?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
This little shit. That's what I get for giving him fucking...
Grandpa Beastender?
Huh?
Oh, fuck. Let me out of here. Mom, I have the knife. Grandpa was hiding
Mom?
it.
I was just wondering, what if we fought the monster instead of feeding it?
That's my girl. Now that's
Shut up,
beast and her
Grandpa.
blood
You little
talking.
shit.
Please, my
I want to
loves,
die.
don't make this any harder than it already is.
Oh, okay. Do I just go cut it then?
I hope that dress isn't to scale. How would I walk it? All right, time to serve this girl up. But first, can I ask just one more time?
Honey,
Why don't we just kill Mog Chothra?
Fucking weirdos.
Here.
Oh, honey.
oh, we're going to miss your sense of humor.
No, bitch, I just want to live. What do you mean, sense of humor? Let me live my life,
Majestic
man.
To behold,
The fuck?
awe-inspiring, powerful, mysterious. But Mog Chothra is more than that. Merciful and generous, Mog Chothra keeps our town safe. All he asks is may he pick some of our beautiful flowers.
Fun
as he
size.
passes them.
Wait, my head's in the way, but there's a dress that
Please
says
come,
fun size.
Mog
That would be
Chothra,
me.
And make your selections. Welcome to the Maiden's Feast.
This is some fucked up shit, I'm not gonna lie.
Show him what you're made of,
I
fella.
know he'll pick you.
What the fuck?
This can't be right.
My cake says up for grabs. Oh my god.
No, it's not right.
So,
For one thing,
the one on the
I
left
should
says
be in the
delish, there's fun
I
size.
make myself
Mine says up for
in
grabs,
my
drink
mind.
me, and hot
Center
stuff.
of mass, maybe. No more ugliness, girls. Mog Chothra responds to beauty above all else. Sorry, but
Hey, does that costume have any thorns we can use as weapons?
it does, but they're made out of chocolate. Regardless, I accept my noble burden, not with apprehension, but with joy. I give my life so that no harm comes to our village. No, I give my life. No, me!
Sheesh. Hey, what do you say we break out of here?
Trying to get us all to quit so you'll win the feast, huh? Well, it's not.
She looks
gonna
like
work
she's
on
having a
me.
feast of her
I'm in
own.
it to win it, baby.
You're making me hungry.
I'm trying to make Mog Chothra hungry. These girls have it all backwards. Think it's attractive to starve themselves.
I'm a little sewer. What do you mean you're a little sewer? Lily?
Want to trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
What do you got?
Need a towel?
Nope. They taught us to eat daintily in finishing school. I'm warning you, buzzard! I will pluck you alive if you come near my food again!
You can't say the word on Twitch. Oh. Oh, Lily.
How about the satisfaction of helping out a fellow maiden?
Yeah, this is some
Good,
weird
but
shit.
not half as satisfying
I
as
watched
this
I
drumstick.
watched an
Never
anime
mind.
a while back called what is it called? To Your Eternity. Oh my god. I haven't watched the second season, but they also sacrificed people to some creature. But the in the anime, in the show, this girl was not willing to go, not willing to be eaten, and she like rebelled against it. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know why this whole sacrificing children is a thing.
Just wanted to say good luck. Bye.
Alright. That fucking bird.
Hey, Bluebird, can I get a lift out of here?
Oh. When the bird comes by again, I can maybe swing the towel up. She's trying to wiggle out of it.
One of my mom's special dish towels, and it's still dry.
Oh! Oh. It didn't
One
seem
of
to light
my
up.
mom's special...
Let's talk to some of the other girls. Hey, I've got a plan.
Hey, I've
Oh wait,
got a
she's talking
plan.
for me.
I already have a plan, thanks. Attract Mog
Erase?
Chothra
I've
with
watched
my
Anohana,
splendid
but I haven't
frame
watched
and be
Erased.
remembered forever as a hero.
Well, good luck.
Yeah,
Meh. What a bitch.
When the monster gets close, you can use your candles to burn its eyes.
Don't distract me. I think I've got a chance to win this.
Uh-oh.
I hear him. Look, there he is.
Nay, these kids are weird. What is this thing? Hi, Mozin. How are you? Yeah, same girly.
No, he's so majestic. Here I am, merciful King Mog Chothra, over here.
No, this way, Great One. I am the one you've come so far to find.
Over here. I am in bloom for you.
See, he's drawn to the flame like a giant moth.
What? No way! He's coming my direction. Please, don't be hasty in your decision, my lord.
Oh yes, take your time, look over all your options, and then after some careful consideration...
Why doesn't he eat all of them?
Oh. Huh.
Now that's a sloppy eater.
Coming for more. Listen, Mog Chothra. I just want you to know that it's a great honor to be, but I think...
Nothing left but crumbs. Horrible.
Oh God, I've changed my mind! I've changed my mind!
Hey! Over here, you big dummy! Why don't you pick on someone your own... someone who might punch you, like me! Just try to grab me. I dare you! We gotta get out of here.
Are you kidding? I've been starving myself for weeks for this.
Is your erase really good?
Well, good luck.
Yeah, whatever.
This girl.
Hey, can I have a drink of that water?
Trade you for that sweet corset you've got on. Never can be too thin.
This horrible thing? You got a deal.
Oh shit.
What a relief. I feel so much...
Oh, I'm sorry. But this thing's just too big for me. Trade back. Oh, that poor girl.
What the heck? Oh!
Oh, no! That should have been me! Okay, here we go. That's right. It's my time. Oh, it's true.
Glad I'm not wearing that anymore.
True, I haven't heard you singing yet, but he's obviously made his decision.
Want to trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
What do you got?
How about the slimming corset?
I'm gonna want to hold my best assets from Mog Chothra. He'll be looking for a full-size meal after his long trip.
Need a towel?
She already said no,
They
yeah.
taught us to eat daintily in school.
Why is it shaking?
Warning you, buzzard! I will fuck you alive if you come near my food again.
Never mind. Just wanted to say good luck. Bye.
Hi, Crazy Mark. I'm pretty sure I need to
Birdie, I have a treat for you.
interact with that bird somehow. But I don't know how.
I think Mog Chothra is really more of a let it all hang out kind of guy. Hey, need a towel? I think you got a little maiden on your cheek there. No?
Just make it quick, my noble lord.
One of my mom's special dish towels, and it's still dry. nothing left to put a corset on. Nothing left
No.
but crumbs. Horrible. I could probably slip it on her if she were a little closer.
I need to trade something.
Can I borrow that bottle one more time?
Keep it.
Thanks.
Oh.
I don't need it where I'm going.
Oh my god. I also thought he was only supposed to eat one. I'm a little bit confused, I'm not gonna lie.
Saving the best for last? Is that it? Hey, that's cool.
Want to trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
What do you got?
How about something bubbly
Aha.
to wash it down?
He needs to eat all of them? So greedy.
Look at me! I'm soaked! Oh god. Okay. Quick! Quick! Help me put myself back together!
Want to trade something for a bite of that drumstick?
What do you got?
I've got a towel here if you throw me that drumstick.
You have a towel? Why didn't you Oh! How long have you been standing there?
Uh-oh.
Are you part vulture or something? How can you think about food at a time like this? Gotcha. That's it. Flap those big blue wings. Just a little bit harder.
Hey yo! Let's motherfucking get out of here. Also, I haven't been able to read chat because this thing is holding my mouse hostage. Do I need to do
Come on,
something?
girl. Give it all you've got. It's hard to tell where the dress ends and the cake starts.
Do I have to cut myself out of here?
How about we split this cupcake? You can have the bottom half.
Get back here! You
Dishonor on me, dishonor on my cow, dishonor on my family.
Mog Chopra's fury will soon rain down upon our village!
Uh-oh. Lily's on a roller coaster of emotions there. Oh wait, it pauses it. Okay, sorry. I want to read chat, guys. Sorry, I've been missing messages because I can't. Let me just take. I can pop it out now, actually, and then I can have a long chat instead. All right. If I did miss any messages, apologies. It was not on purpose. Message change? I don't think it changed, Hassan. Momo, I'm doing good though. You cried for weeks? Oh damn. Okay, I'm back, guys. I can read all the chit chats. All right, let's go back. How strong is her hand that she's holding on to these corset strings, corset ribbons? And this bird is just fucking chilling. Okay. Oh my god, look at the fluffy one. Get it, girly. Yes. Slay. She looks like a pirate, but like a sky pirate. Uh-oh. Got a half corset around the bird's neck. Hi, Ash. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't honestly don't know what to expect.
Jessie brought back a girl with her.
Ooh, a new recruit. Time for your old man to become Mr. Smooth.
Oh, gross. I'm good, thanks.
Good birdie.
Oh! Okay, so you fall through the clouds if you stand there too long?
Hi there. Better not touch those. I don't want to make these giant birds angry at me. You a friend of Jesse's?
What is this? That was close. Cloud shoes. That's what I need.
Careful.
Uh-oh.
I told you to be careful.
It's okay. It's just my whole livelihood is gone, is all. I'm sunk.
Sorry.
About what?
About your knife.
Oh, right.
Hi, Hooded.
My knife.
So, what's your name?
Carl?
Carl?
No, Carl. It's Carol, with some of the letters removed for reasons that are too stupid to repeat.
Carl.
Hey, can I ask you about those weird guys down there?
My husband and son? What did they do this time?
What the fuck? I think they're gonna hurt somebody with those sticks.
Okay, enough about your
I
family.
clicked the wrong thing.
Oh, sorry. Was I going on about them again?
Some of just one, babe. I thought so as well.
You can't make hats without a knife?
Hats? I make life-saving cloud shoes here. Or I did, until you came along.
Who is she making the shoes for? There only seems to be the three of them here. Hi, Puggy! Another new VTuber. Yeah, Yoda made this one for me. It's a PNG. They call it a PNG tuber. Sorry I'm late. I don't have my phone, so no notification. No worries. You make shoes out of clouds?
You make shoes out of clouds?
How you doing,
No,
Puggy?
shoes that keep you from sinking into clouds. They spread out your weight. Buoyancy is all about it.
Wait, I know this.
I don't remember what she said.
Area?
Pounds per square inch. Skinny little feet like yours shoot through clouds like chopsticks through whipped cream.
Can you make me a pair of cloud shoes?
Can you make me a pair of cloud shoes?
Well, I can't make anything without my knife.
Hey, can I ask you about your family again?
I didn't get to ask
Sure.
properly.
I had no idea they were so interesting.
I don't think those guys down there are working as hard as you are.
Oh, I think they are, since I lost my knife.
Is that all of them?
Well, there's McGee, my teenager. Off with her head in the clouds somewhere. You know what I mean.
I think they're going to hurt somebody with those sticks.
Oh, my husband would never do that. Harmony has rules against fighting here.
Harmony?
Harmony Lightbeard, the supposed guru my husband followed up here. I think he's a nut, but I let my husband have his hobbies.
Your husband is following a guru?
He moved the whole family up here so we could study Harmony Lightbeard's philosophy of lightness. It's a midlife crisis thing. I'm just playing along.
What the fuck?
You must be very proud.
Honey, I'm just trying to survive this phase. Honestly, I wish he had just had an affair like most middle-aged men instead
my
of
God.
dragging us all up here.
Okay, enough about your family.
That's a bit more than a hobby, right?
What's going on about
She
them
had to
again?
start a whole new profession of making cloud shoes.
Why don't you use your teeth?
Shoes made of teeth? That's creepy.
Well, I'll let you get back to your work.
Ah, my work.
Do I still have my knife or nah? What happened to my knife? Did I drop it?
Hey, thanks for saving my life back there. Sorry I said you were part vulture. Hey, girl. Sheesh. What's up with her?
Is she sitting on the
Hey,
knife?
girl. Sheesh. What's up with her? This looks like a fountain, but it's flat.
Much lighter that way.
What?
Hi, my name's Bella. What's yours?
I am Walter.
Walter?
Walt with an apostrophe. We admire
GG's
lightness in all
son.
things. No extra baggage, no extra letters.
This is the game you bought for me, right?
Who are you guys?
We're the preeners, of course.
We take care of the nests and keep stuff floating. Super important.
Who's Jessie?
That big blue oligal you rode in on.
Oh, really? I guess I owe her a thank you.
Actually, take my advice. Stay away.
Don't the birds tend the nest?
Well, these birds are not exactly model homemakers. Left to their own devices, they'll lay too many eggs or get too fat, and then poof, they'll sink right through the clouds.
Don't bloat, stay afloat.
How are we floating on these clouds anyway?
Volume.
No, son. Try again.
Geez, okay. Circumference?
Area.
Yeah. It's all about surface area. Pounds per square inch.
Can you guys help me? I need to get back to Sugar Bunting right away.
You're from Sugar Bunting? So that's why you smell like frosting.
What's the big rush? Stay here and float a while.
I just escaped the Maiden's Feast, and now Mog Chothra is going to eat the town.
You what?
Why would you ever run away from such an honor? Such a joyous occasion. Hopefully the upcoming ceremonies in Shellmound go more smoothly.
We just had our Maiden's Feast yesterday. It was awesome.
Brother Lightbeard was very pleased.
Good luck topping that one, Smell Mound.
Well, I just thought maybe we could fight Mog Chothra instead of feeding it.
Oh, that sounds horrible. Why would anyone want to hurt such a noble, endangered creature?
Poor Mog Chothra.
Hi, Urini. How are you?
Did you say that the next Maiden's Feast was in Shellmound?
Yes, it's so sad. I mean, they're always trying to compete with us, but...
Oh, please. Shellmound girls smell like old seaweed.
How do I get to Shellmound?
Follow the stink?
Wow.
Let's go back to talking about Mariloft.
I knew this magical place would win you over eventually.
Can you tell me about Brother Lightbeard?
Happy to. Harmony Lightbeard is a brilliant philosopher, spiritualist,
Gonna
and
look for a bit. No
buoyancy
worries. Enjoy your
instructor.
coffee.
We have followed Brother Lightbeard up to the clouds to learn about his philosophy of lightness.
Dad gave him all our money.
Quiet, chit.
Oh, yeah. It's a surprise for Mom's birthday.
Oh my god.
Why shouldn't I talk to Jessie?
Well,
You need
one of
more
her
cake.
eggs
You don't
went
need
missing
more
when
cake,
she
her
was
son.
out.
You need less
She's
cake.
totally freaking out.
Yes, I don't think the golden egg substitute we put in her nest is fooling her.
Poor Jessie. Where did her egg go?
It's against the Preener Code to point fingers.
But Gus was on cleaning duty, and it wouldn't be the first time that oaf fell through.
Shh, son. Remember what Brother Lightbeard said. Loose beaks cause leaks.
Any idea where I can find Jessie's egg?
If Gus really did take it, well, he is a little dense, mentally and physically.
That's
He
rude as
probably
hell.
fell through the clouds and went splat in the forest.
Well, I'll see you two later.
Farewell. Stick to the paths.
Stay on the twigs or you'll eat a pig.
No freestyling, Chit.
Sorry, Pop.
What the fuck? Hmm. Okay. Interesting.
Hi.
Hi.
So, how's the view up there?
I don't know. All I can see is my mother's disappointed face.
If I was this lady, I'd honestly just kill myself. These people are insufferable. They really are.
I really like your outfit.
Yeah, I liked it too. Not good enough though, apparently. And on top of that, the shoes were too tight.
Did you say something about shoes?
Yeah, why? You need some? Take these. I don't need any. I'm gonna sit here forever.
What are you doing down here?
I'm an offering for the Maiden's Feast. You can't tell? Jeez, it's worse than I thought.
I was in a maiden's feast too. Just today, in fact.
Oh, really? You didn't get picked either?
Well, no, I got picked, but I put up a fight and got away.
You... what?
I just figured, why not fight the monster, you know?
Yeah, right. You didn't get picked. That's okay. Pull up a swing and sulk with me, sister.
Kind of shabby looking for a maiden's feast.
Hey, I can't help the way I look.
No, I mean the broken bird cages and feathers.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's because the feast is over.
Need help? Cleaning up?
Why bother?
Well, it's just kind of a mess down here.
So am I. That's why I like it.
If the feast is over, what are you doing here?
Rub it in, why don't you? I'm still here because I didn't get picked, okay?
Look on the bright side. You didn't get eaten by a monster.
I'd rather do that than face my family right now. Who am I kidding? They've probably already jumped off a cloud in shame by now.
Look, I think it's time we start fighting that monster.
You're just going through that anger phase after not getting picked. That was me yesterday.
Well, I'll leave you alone.
Just like Mog Chothra did. I'm used to it.
Oh my god. She's got nice girl vibes. You know, like nice guys? A bit nice girl. No, Ash! Can I put the shoes on? I can, okay. I wanna see- whoops! That was not what I meant to do at all. I thought she would walk around it, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to go over here because there's another path this way. That has a birdie.
Maybe this sign is only for birds.
I'm a bird now. GG's Hassan. Whoa. Oh my god, there's loads of birds here.
Hi, I'm McGee.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing.
Are there any decent characters? So far, no. Peggy, in the beginning, I was just relaxing under a tree and my little sister came to call me for the feast before being sacrificed to the creature. And then, who was there? My parents, the little sister, this old lady, and my grandpa. My grandpa was like, no, fuck this shit, we should fight the monster. And so far he seems like the only sensible character besides the main character. So, you know.
What did you say your name was?
There's been one good character.
It's Maggie, but without the A. My dad's idea.
Miggy.
Don't you mind that your dad took the A out of your name?
Well, yeah, but my dad said, hey, losing an A is better than losing an I.
Your dad's pretty creepy.
Your dad's pretty creepy.
He wasn't before he joined this cult. Oh, whoops. Did I say that too loud?
Okay, I like her.
Your dad's in a cult?
He's just taking this Lightbeard worship a little too far. But it's okay.
Girl,
At least
what?
He got him out of his line dancing phase.
What cake are you having today, Hassan?
What are you doing exactly?
I'm taking care of these eggs. If it weren't for me, they'd, get dusty or something.
How do you get to the eggs in the high nests?
Oh, because I'm so short, you mean?
No,
I'm just messing with you. I have a ladder.
Hey, can I borrow your ladder?
Okay.
Whoa,
Huh,
thank you.
that's awfully small.
Hey, short things can surprise you, okay?
True. Lightbeard's really serious about this lightness thing, isn't he?
Pistachio!
Oh, yeah. People say he only eats feathers. Ick. But it's not true.
Good.
Pistachios are good, man.
He only licks them.
What?
Ugh.
It's fine, you got there eventually, Hassan.
Hey, what kind of bird lays those golden eggs?
You hate English? Fair enough.
Those are egg substitutes. We make them for the older senile girls who forget they don't have eggs.
Why are they made of gold?
It's the heaviest stuff we have. We want them to be heavy so the gulls can't carry them off and lose them.
Ah.
Hey, nice cloud shoes.
Duh. My mom made them for me. All the other kids have cool name brand cloud shoes, but I get homemade. Oh, but don't tell her I said that. The shoe thing is all she's got.
Did all the other ladies die? What ladies?
Well, I'll leave you alone.
Okay.
You mean the girls? Yeah, all the other girls got eaten. Oh, there's my knife.
Hey, that's my knife. Good thing it didn't land on anybody.
Whoa. Oh yeah, the sacrifices. Sorry.
It's my mom's special ceremonial knife.
Cool, so...
Those don't look like Jessie's. Better leave them alone.
Did you put your Genshin codes in? I did. I did it yesterday. Because I don't know if you can still do it today.
Hi, Birdie. You birds want to help me kill Mogchathra?
Probably not, to be fair. Uh-oh!
Hey, knock it off. Those hooks are an important safety feature. Sheesh. That was rude. Uh-oh. It sinks without the hooks. Jerk bird, this is all your fault. That is one heavy-looking egg. Those don't look like Jessie's. Better leave them alone. Those don't look like Jessie's. Better leave them alone.
Is she gonna say that for all of them?
Those don't look like Jessie's. Better leave them alone. Good birdie. Hi there. Want to give me a lift? No? Can't get up there.
Yeah, I don't know if the codes are still valid, because I think they only had a couple hours left last night. I don't think there's anywhere.
It's extendable.
Did I just click on the wrong thing? Shit. You played Genshin yesterday? Did you really? Did you have fun? What if I go give the mama her... If I give her my knife?
You a friend of Jesse's?
Probably not. It's 24 hours after the stream. Oh, they're still valid? I don't know. Jargon wrote something in the Discord. But it was like... He wrote it at like 2 a.m. my time. So I'm not too sure. It was fun because you skipped all the voice lines. Yeah, if you don't enjoy the story, Hassan, you can just skip it. I don't think you have to watch it.
Hey, can you make me a pair of cloud shoes?
Well, I can't make anything without my knife.
Well, I'll let you get back to your work.
Ah, my work.
Can I give her the knife?
Say, that's some knife. Good balance, nice heft. Ooh, and a blood gutter.
No, that's for the filling.
The less I know about the knife's history, the better. Here.
Thanks.
I know, they're big, but you'll grow into them. Trust me, you hit 40 and you're gonna be grateful for a pair of comfortable shoes like that.
Fuck. They're like bigger than my whole body. She looks like an avocado. She does. I like the little pink ones I have on now.
These things are so big they won't even stay on my feet.
They were only valid until the 17th. Wait, what was valid until the 17th?
Hi.
Hi. Bye. I'm gonna try something. Call me crazy.
Hey, knock it off. Those hooks are an important safety feature.
Let me do the thing.
That was rude. Uh-oh. It sinks without the hooks. Jerk bird, this is all your fault.
Don't remember the time zone, but remember the dates. Yeah, so it would be...
I can't get them to stay on my feet.
They don't need to be on your feet, girly.
Nah, I don't want to lose them, even though they're too big for me.
I want to put them here.
Nah, I don't want to lose them, even though they're too big for me.
Oh, there we go. Cool.
Papa was right. Turns out I am grateful for these shoes.
There we go. That's what I was trying to do. I was just going about it the wrong way. They're expired? Oh, sorry, Peanuts.
Big deal, bird. Like I even need hooks now.
Yeah.
Aha!
Fuck you,
Solid
bird.
as a rock. Peekaboo. That's right. It's me, your worst nightmare. Hey, come back here and get your comeuppance. On second thought,
what the
don't
fuck?
come back until you get some pants.
Oh
man, this thing is heavy. Good thing I have these cloud shoes on.
Oh, actually, hold on.
It's empty.
I wanted to... Hi, Rain Pain! It's been less than 24 hours? It has, but that's what I'm saying. Oh, fuck. I want to go up here.
Can't get up there.
But maybe I need something else to get up there. Not the end of the world. But yeah, that's what I was saying, because Jargon...
Looks like some kind of hatchery. Smells like...
Oh. Goodbye. Jargon was saying, like... I can't even tell you. I watched the stream with GMAX at 1 yesterday. It's been 24 hours. Oh, was it at 12:30? How to get a lurker into chat, lure them with Genshin codes that expired. Listen, I wasn't luring nobody. I already said that the things expired. I said that the codes were no longer working, because that's what Jargon said. Because he posted it on my Discord. At 2 a.m. So they would have expired at 6 a.m. our time. that's when the codes expired. So like, I already said they expired. It was you guys were saying the codes were still working. They're not. So I don't know what to tell y'all. It's like 16 hours, I guess. They're valid for 16 hours, not 24. They literally showed off Dia missing her normal attack. Yeah? I watched it last night, Bubble, but I honestly don't remember. But in any case, the codes are no longer valid, so it doesn't matter, right?
Hi.
Bye, Maggie.
I don't think that will fool her. She is a mom after all. I don't think that will fool her. She is a mom after all.
Yeah?
I don't think that will fool her.
Is it just a
She
fake
is
egg?
a mom after all.
Hmm.
Man,
Whoa.
that sign really did not do this thing justice.
The fuck is this? This thing's huge. I'm gonna fall through the tree. Oh, shit. What are those? Oh. Oh, that just takes me back up. Oh, into the tree? Oh, okay, never mind. Cool. I guess. Chi-Chi's her son.
It's empty. This big old heavy egg won't do any good there.
Oh, well, fine. Gosh. Oh, Gus! I needed to ask Gus about the egg.
Hey, listen, I can explain. I was taking Jesse's egg for a cleaning and... Hey, wait, who are you?
You're in big trouble,
You're
young
in
man.
big trouble, young man.
Oh, man, don't tell Harmony, okay? He already has it in for me.
Why don't you just let go? I'm 85% sure someone would catch you.
I'm stuck! I'm caught on this branch and I can't reach back that far!
This old... I don't think he's an old man, though.
What are you really doing down here?
I was just chasing some fruit that fell off that tree and I hit a weak spot in the clouds.
Why would Jesse's egg need cleaning anyway?
Well, it didn't, but I needed the work credits to make up for some hygiene demerits I got last week.
Mind if I just squeeze past you?
Hello,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hello,
Here, so I
motherfucker.
can grab on.
No way. Well, you hang in there, kid.
My underwear, it's on the branch. Can you unhook it, please? Unhook my underwear?
Sorry, I'm not going anywhere near your underwear.
I don't blame her.
Help me!
Hey, if I give you a golden egg substitute, would that help?
Help me sink to my death, which I don't want to do!
Hmm.
Hey!
Now let me just climb under your shoulders.
I was trying to walk past him.
And I thought I was clumsy.
This motherfucker. I'm doing good, Sean. How are you?
Are you finally here to help or what?
Hang in there, kid.
Well, you hang in there, kid.
Get over here and unhook me from the branch! My underwear's on the branch!
This guy's weird. Anyway.
What are you really doing down? Well, you hang in there.
I don't know. Am I missing something?
Are you finally here to help or what?
No. Goodbye. Hmm. Sorry, Lily, I had to like add that, but because this thing is holding my mouse captive, I couldn't just couldn't just do it. You gonna go eat? No worries. Enjoy, Lily.
Sorry, just passing through.
I wanted to see what this path was. Whoa!
Please place your offering into the bowls of enlightening.
It's
The
empty.
fuck?
Yes, that is why I said that thing about making an offering.
Fuck this guy.
Whoa, careful there. That thing's heavy.
Whoa, that is a very tall ladder. Oh my goodness. Please be serious. Oh hey, that's the guy. GB Creepy.
Hi.
Oh my. A fresh face rises from below. Before you ask, let me answer. Yes, you may live here in Maryloft forever.
Who are you?
I am Harmony Lightbeard, the lifter of clouds.
Can you help me kill Mog Chothra?
Ah, what a thing to say.
Did you just lay that?
No, it fell out of my pile of... I mean, it must have been. Pay no attention to that.
Hey, are you done with that golden egg?
That's mine. I might need it someday. I mean, take it away. I need it like a blue jay needs a bowling ball. Oops! Heads up for there!
Ow.
For the...
Why do you have laces and a big bow on your cloud?
Oh, why, you see, I exude such a powerful aura of lightness, it's made these clouds hyperbuoyant. If I didn't lash them together, they'd fly away into the heavens.
Isn't that where clouds are supposed to be?
Why are you up here so high?
I'm exactly as high up from Maryloft as Maryloft is from the forest below. To show that we're all equals.
I don't get it.
It'll start to make sense after a few weeks of meditation, my child.
You outies, Cupcake! Have a lovely day, friend.
Any idea where Jesse's egg went?
Losing objects is a natural step in the path to enlightenment. It's part of who we are in Maryloft. It's in our roots. Do not fear it.
This guy is 7 kinds of strange.
Actually, I just want to get off this cloud.
Oh, I understand. You're quite mentally ill, aren't you?
Whoa!
Have no fear, you've come to the right place.
Fuck this guy.
I really want to get off this cloud.
Do you have any idea what would happen if people could just leave Maryloft whenever they felt like it?
Maryloft would become lighter?
Hadn't thought of that. But no.
Everyone would leave?
What? No!
I could go kill Mog Chothra?
What an offensive idea. No! People would become unenlightened. So because I care so much, we have the Whoops a Birdie network to make escape. I mean, unenlightenment impossible.
Thanks for the help. See you later.
Yeah, this guy, this is a cult. This is quite an interesting story.
Or for there. He's breathing. Better let him sleep.
I'll take that, thank you very much.
So light. Lightbeard.
What's the book?
Hi there. This big old heavy egg won't do any good there. This big old heavy egg won't do any good there. Those don't look like Jessie's. Better leave them alone.
Ah. The Bird's Kingdom. It's hard to explain her son. So, there are like a cult of people in the sky. And... yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. It's not the Bird's Kingdom necessarily. These people just live here. But...
Hey, are you finally here to help?
Hey!
Great. Now let me just climb onto
I accidentally
your
walked
shoulders.
too close to him. I did that earlier. You get more context later on. At this stage, that's about as much as you know. Yeah.
I can't eat it. It's made of gold. Hey, if I give you a golden egg substitute...
Oh, so
would
wait,
that
Rich,
help?
you've played this?
It helped me sink to my death, which I don't want to do.
Well, I want you to do it, because I want to get that other egg, you bastard.
Hey, if I give you a golden egg substitute, would that...
I think I've explored all the areas. I'm not too sure... I'm not sure if there's anything else I should do. You watched a playthrough of this years ago? Jessie Clark played one on YouTube. Oh, damn! His son bought it for me. He was like, here, you'll enjoy this. And I was like, okay.
That way to the giant fruit tree.
The whole premise so far seems very fucking strange, though. I'm not gonna lie. Let's maybe go talk to them and see.
You guys want these golden eggs back?
No, we like to keep them spread out around Mariloft.
Bring too many of those eggs to one location. And well, that's a lot of shit.
Gold!
No, come on.
Yolk!
Pounds per...
Pounds per square egg!
per square inch. Correct.
Well, I'll see you two later.
Farewell. Stick to the paths.
Well, I'll let you get back to your work.
Watch your step.
Does she want the
She's
eggs?
already carrying enough.
Double Fine Studios renowned for these kinds of games. They made some of the best. They can be quite obtuse at times. Yeah, we played, Jargon and I played, what did we play? We played something else last night.
Hi.
I can't remember what it's called now. And like,
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, I found a golden egg.
some of the things were
Careful
very
where you
strange.
put it. Those things are heavy.
The Past Within, thank you.
Good to see you again.
But yeah, there was one part that I was like really stumped with last night.
Can't get up there.
Oh.
Hey, anyone up there want a free egg? No? Looks like some kind of hatchery. Smells like one too.
But yeah, that game was really good. The Past Within. You do need someone to play it with, but like the way that they did it, you don't even actually need to be like connected. You can literally just like sit on Discord with each other. Or I guess even text. You could even just text.
I think she's already carrying a heavy weight in her heart.
Okay. Rip that idea. Try the bee with Ray. Ray doesn't really enjoy puzzle games, that's the only thing. What was down this way? I don't remember. But I can try the bee with someone else. Oh hey, it's this guy again.
Please place your offering into the bowls of enlightening.
Hi, are you?
You may call me Fathur.
Oh,
Fathur.
yes,
So
excuse
he's
me,
the
Father.
father? The other guy
No,
isn't the father?
Fathur. Like a light, beautiful feather, but lighter. Harmony gave me that name. It's
Oh, you played
quite an
both?
honor.
One time with your siblings and once with your girlfriend? Yeah, that's really nice.
What are you guarding here?
I make sure that Brother Lightbeard's time is not wasted. He's a busy man, you know.
I don't suppose there's a big ladder like this that goes down.
Last time I checked, most ladders go both directions.
So, you're Mr. Lightbeard's heavy?
Hey.
Ah,
no
Mr.
call for
Muffins. Thank you for the
personal
follow.
insults.
Welcome to the
I'll let you
posse.
get
How are
back
you
to
doing
work.
today?
Keep your head out of the clouds.
It's empty.
Yes, that is. Whoa, careful there. That thing's heavy. Haven't you heard Harmony's teachings about lightness yet?
I'm guessing I need all 3 eggs. Right, Hassan, I'm ready for a hint. How do I get that motherfucker out of the way so I can grab the bird's egg? Oh, you got cheese and crackers. What kind of cheese? Go back to the bluebird.
I think I need to use a ladder to get up there. Hey, girl. Hey, settle down. I'm going to find your missing egg for you, okay?
With garlic? Okay, I don't know that kind of cheese, but the garlic sounds good. So this is the part where I'm stuck.
Are you finally here to help or what?
I've gotten to here, Hassan. I've gotten here. I just don't know how to unstuck him. Because all I have is eggs and he don't want those. You need to do something up?
It's empty.
Yeah?
It's empty.
Well, I know I can't put the
This
eggs in
big
here.
old heavy egg won't do any good there.
And I can't give him the eggs. Do I need to fall on top of him to make him fall? Because he said he fell through one of the weak spots. I don't know which one's closer to him. Oh! Okay, it wasn't that one. So it's gotta be the other one, right?
This day could not get any worse.
Bunk! It's for me! Oh, shit.
Behavior.
200 IQ. I had to ask for a hint though. So I don't know if that quite counts as 200 IQ, but I'll take it. I figured it out before you typed. Hell yeah. Sometimes it's just like one step. So like last night with the ear, you told me to cut the thing off and I was like, oh. Because I knew I had to use the knife on the ear. I just couldn't figure out where to use it. So some stuff like that's not clear. I'm like missing a step. I just want to know how this bird laid an egg this
girl.
shape. Don't you start.
Hey, settle down. I'm going to find your missing egg for you.
Oh, you also
okay?
got stuck with the ear? Yeah, it was kind of weird. How did she lay this shape egg? I'm just
Boy,
curious.
is this thing heavy.
Aww. Can I have a gold
let
egg?
me explain. I didn't take...
Ah.
Hey, you're welcome. Wasn't anything, really.
I mean, sure. Let's say that. That's mine. Thank you.
I don't want to disturb the mother-child reunion.
No, she looks so happy now. So cute. Alright, let's go fuck that other guy up. I mean, what? I'm getting out of here.
Please place your offering into the bowls of enlightening.
Yeah, let's go, buddy.
Whoa, careful there. That thing's heavy. Haven't you heard Harmony's
Whoa.
teachings about lightness yet?
Whoa, I definitely have.
Hang on. Before you get on that ladder, I need to think about this cloud's weight limits. 900 pounds per square inch. Buoyancy.
Bombs away!
Hang on. Don't move.
Goodbye.
Sorry.
Nice. Why would you board up the fireplace? Seems like, especially with wood, seems like possibly the worst thing you could do.
They're coming!
I thought he said my balls. Oh. I'm pretty sure he said my balls.
Ooh, pretty. I like how shiny the sun is.
Girly! Just casually destroying this man's house, that's fine, you know. Bless this mess, agreed.
Hi.
Listen, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had feelings, okay?
What?
I do have feelings, but you didn't hurt them.
That old spruce thing. Or maybe, hey, who are you?
My name's Bella. What's yours?
I'm Curtis. Sorry, I thought you were a tree.
Have you always talked to trees, Curtis?
No. They only started talking recently.
What?
How can I cut down trees when they're screaming at me?
Maybe you shouldn't cut down trees then.
But I'm a woodworker. If I can't cut down trees, where will I get my wood?
What are they screaming at you?
All kinds of really personal insults, like really over-the-line type stuff. It's been rough. But the worst part is not having any wood to build stuff with.
So you're a woodworker. Could you make me something?
Like what?
A weapon to kill Mogchathra?
That dude is a bummer. But I don't think I could make something that powerful. How
I wanted to be a lumberjack.
a nice three-legged stool?
But you're not tall and strong enough to do it?
I haven't done a stool.
And we don't have that many trees.
Okay, make me a stool.
I'd love to, if only I had some wood.
Listen, about that big mess upstairs.
Oh, did another tree fall on my roof?
No, I fell out of the clouds and crashed into it a little.
That's cool. I needed a little fresh air in here anyway. I've been kind of cooped up for too long, you know?
Oh, has he got cabin fever?
Will you help me kill Mogchathra?
Sorry, conscientious objector. But I'm not using my axe. You're welcome to it.
Oh shit.
Ooh, think I could kill Mogchathra with that?
Oh, well, no. I really don't think anything could kill Mogchathra.
Catch you later, Curtis.
Beware the trees.
I'll take that.
You using this axe?
Not until those trees stop talking.
Okay then.
Nice. Am I gonna start a forest fire?
Hey, here's some wood.
That wood is playing a vital security function where it is.
I feel like I should get to know that guy before I steal his art.
You just stole his fucking... his window, girl, and you're worried about that? Oh no, I was just curious if there was anything here. Does this- oh, it takes me back up here? No, thank you. I think I caused enough havoc here. I was just curious. Let's see, because apparently I can't actually go into that room. But it's fine. Let's go outside. See what's there.
Please don't tell the trees I'm in here, okay?
Sure,
And when
dude.
you hit the main trail, head east. There is an extremely territorial snake in the other direction.
Gotcha.
Playing a Shozen so hard.
Wait, east? Or was it west? Meh.
Nice, thanks, guy. Yeah, I've never really played. Even in other games, like I don't really play any instruments. I'm not musically talented.
This guy hasn't gotten mail in a while.
Magic beans. Oh, like with the golden egg, the golden goose.
Okay, which one of you trees has been bugging Curtis? They don't seem too chat.
Oops. Whoa.
Okay, now I see why the trees were freaking him out. It's trying to say something, but doesn't have a mouth. I have a feeling I might regret this.
Murderer! Axe-wielding psychopath right here!
Shh. You'll wake up the other trees.
She's got an axe! Run! She's a murderer!
I just gave you a mouth.
Look,
Relax,
I'm
dude.
getting rid of the axe, okay? Just stop screaming, please.
No!
My trunk! I'm losing sap!
Murderer!
Please don't scream anymore.
You can't silence me!
Oh
I'm
my
gonna wake up
god.
this whole forest!
Why are you so upset?
I just can't stand by in silence while you murderous humans mutilate my brethren. It makes me sick.
You got a little something in the corner of your mouth.
Oh, that's just a little sap. I'm not ashamed. It's thick and natural, and I'm full of it.
Yeah, you are. Hey, can I have some of your sap?
You're just like the rest of them. Want
No
to
worries,
bleed us
that's
dry,
fine.
steal all our thick, luscious, and incredibly useful fluids.
Whoa.
You humans make me want to throw up, but I won't do it because I refuse to give you the pleasure of my sap.
This guy's weird.
I've never seen a talking tree before.
Well, I've seen plenty of axe-wielding murderous humans, so get lost.
Are you magic? Can you help me kill Mogchathra?
Is that all you humans think about? Killing? You all make me want to puke.
I'm here on behalf of Curtis, the
He's
lumberjack.
mean. He is a little
homicidal
mean.
psychopath? I once saw him hack an old lady to death.
Wow. Really?
Yes, a 300-year-old spruce, minding her own branches, then he comes along. And the next time I see her, she's a... Oh God, if I say it, I think I might be sick.
Say it. What did Curtis do to the old spruce?
He butchered her, turned her into a stool. Oh God, I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
I'll let you get back to your screaming.
Yeah, please leave before I vomit, you foul, ruthless stump.
Wow.
Hey, can I have some of your sap?
You're just like the rest of them. You want to bleed us dry, steal all our thick, luscious, and incredibly useful fluids. You humans make me want to throw up, but I won't do it, because I refuse to give you the pleasure of my sap.
I'll let you get back to your screaming.
Yeah, please leave before I vomit, you foul, ruthless stump.
Gosh, okay. I feel sick after that sentence. That's why I let it play out again, Lily. I was like, nah, that shit was disturbing. I just want to see, can I go past him? I can.
Hello, Shalman.
Whoa!
Looks like Mog Chothra hasn't gotten here yet.
I don't think I want to go there yet. Also, Lily, not that emote again. Oh, is this the snake?
Wait, is this east or west?
Oh, there's the snake.
Hey, let go.
You're starting to like it? Oh no.
Oh boy, I can't use my hands. This is tight. I thought that corset was bad. I can't use my hands. I can't use. I think this was a kid. Breathe. I think this was a beautiful snake. If it weren't killing me, I think this was a beautiful snake. If it weren't killing me, don't want to die this way. I can't use my hands. So dizzy. Stupid snake. Oh, where am I? I can't use my hands. I can't use my hands.
Oh. What? Interesting.
Okay, so do not go that way. Got it.
Cool. That was weird. Not sure I understand what I was supposed to do there.
Look, he also makes nice things that aren't wood.
Crystals have feelings too.
Oh my goodness.
Look, he also
Oh.
makes nice things that aren't wood.
Crystals have feelings too.
Can I just hang my shoes up here to dry?
No.
Have you ever seen cloud shoes? They're bent twigs, wrapped in feathers.
Well, the
Enjoy,
twigs were fallen off
Hooded.
naturally, so that's not going to make me sick. But I can't speak
Thank you,
for
thank
the
you.
birds.
How about this ladder?
I've got a ladder in my pocket. Bet that will make you barf for sure.
Is it from Mariloft? They only use naturally fallen branches collected by their birds. See? It's possible to live in harmony with nature, you barbarian.
Dang. I'm gonna hang this pretty crystal here.
No, you're not.
Mind if I hang my ladder here?
You touch me and I will drop an enormous pine cone on your head.
Whoa.
You're not a pine tree.
I stockpile them for when the revolution comes.
This guy. Okay, well, I guess I'll come back for him and his sap.
We have one like that back home for making upside down cakes.
Okay, let's try it there.
Excuse me, Mayor?
What? Mayor? Why did you say that?
Because you look like a mayor.
I have to admit you're not the first person to tell me that. But alas, I am merely Maiden's Feast Marshal Dune, a humble man of the people, for now.
Hey, about your bucket hat.
What? What about it?
Can I please have it?
I like your manners, but I like my hat more.
So, you're running for mayor of Shellmound?
My hopes and dreams, just sand castles built too close to an angry sea. I had hopes, child, but this construction debacle under my marshalship has washed them all away.
When is Mog Chothra supposed to get here?
Any minute. So much to do.
I need to enter the Maiden's Feast.
Child, at this point, we may not even have a Maiden's Feast. Not that you have the right scent for it anyway.
Are you saying I smell bad?
Oh, heavens no, child. You smell like birthday cake and fluffy clouds, with a hint of fresh pine. Ooh, and a dangerous undernote of snake, I believe. Very nice. But that's
Welcome
just
back,
not the
Hassan.
sort of aroma that hooks the big fish. Talk to your grandmother. I'm sure she has a fragrance recipe she'll share with you.
This guy is sus? Is he really?
Did you say there might not be a Maiden's Feast?
The sea, she is angry this day. I'm trying to build the offering arena, but the waves keep washing it away.
There has to be a Maiden's Feast. I need to kill Mog Chothra.
Yes, yes, we all want to fill Mog Chothra. But when he comes here and sees no offering arena, he might pass us by. Or worse.
Why do you build the offering arena so close to the ocean?
Because that's where the sand is.
Hey, about your bucket hat.
What? What about it?
It looks terrible on you. Might cost you the election.
Please, whom am I to trust? My highly paid stylist or a girl wearing half a dress?
Hey, about your bucket hat.
What? What about
From the way he was sniffing, he's sus.
It looks great on you. Very fancy.
What? Fancy? But I'm a man of the people. I'm never going to win this election if I come off as haughty and elite. Here, take this away from me. Thank you, child. I'm firing my stylist tomorrow.
Better let you get back to the feast.
Yes, yes. These maidens aren't going to serve up themselves. Okay, now flip it and stick it.
Whoa.
Great. Let's see what we got.
Hi, you maidens getting ready for the Maiden's Feast? Nice costumes.
Thanks. Our dads made them.
They're the best fishermen in the village, so they're pretty good at tying lures.
We had to use every hook in town, but it was worth it.
Hey, can I have some of that perfume?
That's not perfume. That's a proprietary luring compound known as Beast Hooker.
It's irresistible to Mogs.
The octopus costume. Oh, I just saw now. I like the fishy one. I think the fishy one's quite cool.
Hey, can I have some of your beast hooker?
That's better. But no, you can't. Sorry.
It's her secret sauce.
Secret sauce.
How about just one little squirt?
Sorry. If I'm not gonna give any to my best friend, Drusilla, I'm certainly not gonna give any to you.
I said I don't want any. I don't use performance enhancers.
Isn't somebody gonna miss those hooks?
Not as much as they're gonna miss us.
You're gonna make me cry, girl.
You maidens nervous?
Yeah, nervous that Marshal Dune isn't gonna get the offering arena ready before Mog Chothra gets here.
Oh, I can't believe our dad's donated so much to his campaign.
Don't you guys ever wonder if there's another way? To save the town, I mean.
This is how it's always been done.
Yeah, they figured out how to do it a long time ago, so we wouldn't have to think about it.
I want to be in the Maiden's Feast.
Of course you do, poor thing.
But Shell Maidens are chosen only after a long period of qualifying events.
Also, our dads are pretty powerful.
They just sound like rich girls.
Just as a friend.
Oh my god, yes, just as a friend.
You just don't smell right, girl.
Oh, I'd want a friend to tell me that.
Hey, maidens, I'm going to kill Mog Chothra.
The people in your university, that sounds about right.
I'm already killing it in this outfit, just standing here.
See you maidens later.
Ciao!
Ugh, what is that?
Fishing poles are useless. All the hooks have been... Looking at this chum trough makes me really happy I grew up in a baking town instead of a fishing town. As much as I would like some chum, I don't think it's smart to carry it around in an open container with those gulls around. Oh, driftwood. So smooth.
Wait for the tide. Okay, a little to the left.
Let's see what else we can go click on. Whoa. Okay.
A sighted stranger approaches.
What the fuck?
Not so fast.
Whoa.
Darn. All out of holy tear gas. Use the staff. Oh, yeah. Halt. The Dead-Eye God sees no one.
Congrats for 1,500. So, I don't actually have 1,500, but because it's close enough to 1,500 it shows. I don't know how many I actually have. I know there's a way to check. But I can't remember. But thank you, Hassan. Maybe when I do hit 1,500,
Dead-Eye Dawn. And this is Dead-Eye Courtney. Hi.
Courtney. It shows... Oh, I think that's wrong though. So the reason why I say that is because if people unfollow, it doesn't like count it as well. But if I go look at my stats, if for some reason it'll only count up, it doesn't count back down. If I go to channel, I can never remember. Create a dashboard maybe? Yeah, that number's wrong. Let's see. Is it gonna show me here? I have 1,454. I would have to update it. Imagine unfollowing. So it's also bots. Like when bot accounts like get banned by Twitch. So it might be people unfollowing, but it's probably also just bots. I had that on Twitter this past week. My follower list kept going up and down and up and down, and I was like, what the fuck? But it was actually just bots, probably. You have 69 followers? What, on Twitch? Good. Good. But I also have some people who like follow and then maybe they are rude or whatever, so I'm rude back and then they don't like it. And I'm like, no. Or some people just come into chat and they say weird things and I'm like, okay. I don't think the thing will update now, but I have changed it so it should reflect correctly. But yeah, like, it happens sometimes, you know. It's okay if it does happen. Let's see. This one, maybe if I refresh it. I don't know if it'll work though. There we go. That's the correct amount. It's you saying weird things or like poop discussions. I always wonder if I ever have those poop talks, does anyone unfollow because of that? Because, yeah. 45 left? Hell yeah. 45? $46? But yes, maybe once we hit 1,500, we can continue unfollows.
What is this place?
Bye, Lily.
The Dead Eye Pyramid. Tomb
Poop talks makes it increase. Yeah, because everyone laughs at poop jokes, right? Math skill issue. How are you gonna be a doctor if you can't do math?
Who's the Dead-Eye God?
The Messiah from the sky. Bringer of miracle objects. Someday he will rise to return our sight and begin the Battle of Volgentol.
Did your god bring any miracle objects that were like weapons? The kind that could take down a giant monster before it destroyed your home village?
Our god had such power and more.
Nursing staff are there for the maths, really?
I mean, really. We don't even know what
Writing the wrong
stuff
blood
in
pressure
there
for my
does.
patients, you'll get kicked the first day. The one time when I was in hospital, it was like some early hour, I can't remember, it might have been like 5 AM or something, it was still dark basically. And the one nurse came to check my blood pressure. So she took it, and then she looked over at me, and she was like, "Are you alive?" So I looked back at her and I was like, "I hope so." Because my blood pressure was too low, so she had to take it again just to make sure that I was fine. She was a very nice nurse, though.
What's the Battle of Volgentol?
Is that the arm thing? Yeah.
Humans and Mogs. The end of our entire age.
Sounds promising.
The thing that squeezes your arm like a sausage. I hate it. I hate the feeling. It makes me so uncomfortable.
Did you say you lost your sight?
Yes, that happens when you blind yourself.
What?
Oh.
If the Dead-Eye God has no need for sight, then neither do we.
You love them? Why? I hate the feeling.
Can I go inside?
You wish to invade our holiest of shrines? Why?
I don't know. It just looks cool.
It does? We wouldn't know. We're blind.
Oh, sorry.
But no one enters the Dead-Eye Pyramid. No one. Well, unless... What? Well, if she could solve the riddle of Yorn. Oh yeah! If she could solve that, then she'd definitely be worthy.
Hassan, I have no idea what that thing is. Teach me. What is that?
Could you remind me how the riddle of Yorn goes one more time?
You always take us down when we are in our prime. Devour your sweet rewards, yet I'll return in time. A child of mine will rise out of his rotten bed, up from a hidden pit, long after I am dead.
What the fuck?
Whoa.
Yeah. bring us a solution, and you may enter the pyramid.
Hey, can I get you guys something?
Like what?
Something to read?
We're blind.
Blind people
Oh,
can read.
How is she not getting that?
Hey, can I get you guys something?
Like what?
Your mother once told you you're in hypertension stage 2. What? But you felt fine? Arterial blood pressure? I know that if your blood pressure is too high, you need to go to hospital. One of my friends actually had that issue recently.
Maybe a refreshing beverage?
No thanks. I've got a flask of barnacle juice under this robe.
Yeah.
Diet's barnacle juice over here.
Hey, can I get you guys something?
Like what?
Some more holy tear gas?
Oh yeah, here. Just fill that up for me if you could. Thanks.
Bye.
Sense you later.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they saw us. Or how they know we were here if they're blind. But, you know, because I could just... Why not just walk...
Halt!
Oh.
The Dead-Eye God sees no one.
Can I go inside?
You wish to invade our holiest of shrines? Why?
Because you guys are guarding it, so it must be cool.
Oh, it is. Extremely cool. But no one enters the Dead-Eye Pyramid.
Okay.
Bye.
I'm gonna go look and see. I have a...
It's all out of holy tear gas. Oh,
Stump.
driftwood. So smooth.
It uses mercury? Hmm.
It's all out of holy tear gas.
I want to see if I
Looking at
can...
this chum trough makes me really happy. Come to me, old chum.
Ew!
I mean, when is this not going to come in handy?
Can I spray them with the chum? Yeah, the...
Sup, maidens? Hey, can I have some of that perfume?
That's not perfume.
See you maidens later.
Ciao!
You guys want to see something pretty?
That's okay. I already have a mirror.
Ooh. Wow.
It's true. Her mirror is really pretty.
Hmm.
You guys want to see something pretty?
That's okay. I
Oh.
already have a mirror. It's true. Her mirror is really pretty.
Can I... spray them?
Ugh, gross, Drusilla. Don't you think I can smell that? Okay, this time it really wasn't me. Is this about the feathers we took for our costumes? You can have them back!
Can I steal her
Hey,
stuff now?
maybe this perfume is what's attracting them. I'll get rid of it.
Great! Ow! Great idea! What about me? Ow! I exude it naturally! She has to save whom she can. Ow! I'll tell Mog Chothra about you, Drusilla.
Nice. Okay.
Oh man, the thing's monsters go for these days.
Okay.
Surely this one will last. Dang it all, next time for sure.
I'm a little bit curious. If I can.
The ladder works better when it doesn't smell bad.
The birds are still attacking. Do I need to do something?
I don't think driftwood would help there. Better not waste my beast hooker on that. No way. They're just my size. I'm keeping them. I feel like I shouldn't do that.
Don't put the bird in the bucket. Got it.
Nah, that doesn't need a new sun. Especially not a vintage crystal one.
Do I leave the birds to attack them?
You guys want to see something pretty?
That's okay. I already have a mirror.
Okay, I'm gonna leave them. That's fucking funny.
Here she comes again.
Uh-oh.
This pretty window is the solution to the riddle?
Are you asking me or telling me?
Telling you? The solution to the riddle of Yorn is perfume. Because you put it in your rotten pits.
What about the part with the children?
Oh, yeah.
You've returned
You
with
don't really
food?
put perfume in your armpits, do you?
Did you bring some for the class?
Does driftwood ever have children?
What? No.
Hey, excuse me. I'm not a wood scientist. I think this bucket is the solution to the riddle of Yorn.
Why?
Because buckets are the solution to everything.
Not this time.
Okay. Not quite what I was planning, but it's okay. I feel like I have to go...
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Oh, the birds are gone now. Want a hint? Not yet.
These fishing poles are useless. All the hooks have been stolen. You made it!
Yeah. After you took that beast hooker away, they eventually left us
Oh my god, they're covered in poo and feathers.
Non-maiden. Hey, are you guys good with riddles?
Of course we are.
Except the kind where there are words that have like 2 meanings.
Oh yeah, and you think the word means one thing, but it actually means the other thing? Yeah, I hate those.
It's not like that, is it?
Maybe? I want to be in the Maiden's Feast.
Well, maybe we could put in a good word for you, since you helped us with that bird attack.
Yeah, our dads are pretty powerful.
Hey, are you guys good with riddles? See you
This is
Maiden?
gonna be the same thing again.
You guys want to see something pretty?
That's okay.
Hmm.
You know what would make that outfit complete? Feathery shoes.
Our outfits are perfect.
Maybe I should wear them. Hehe.
Nah, I don't want to push it with these two.
Hmm. Do I need to go back to the snake, maybe? Oh, what's that?
Let's cut this ribbon already.
You tell them, non-maiden.
Non-maiden.
It's there for your protection. The arena is still under construction.
Hmm.
We have one like that back home for making upside down cakes.
Upside down cakes. In a bucket.
Hey, want to smell this?
That's not a real nose, you know. It's just a branch.
Hey
can I have some of your sap?
You're just like the rest of them.
I'll let you get back to your...
To your screaming. I can just steal his sap.
Oh, and now you're decorating me like a Christmas tree? Is there no end to the humiliation?
So is this gonna collect sap or?
Oh, and now...
Hey, want some perfume?
Make him sneeze.
Mask
I wanted to make him sneeze.
Found some driftwood down by the beach.
That's morbid. But at least it's natural and hasn't been perverted by you humans.
He doesn't want us?
You know what would look nice hanging here? A driftwood mobile.
Oh, maybe with some seashells and macrame.
Yeah.
You're sick.
I don't know about the bucket. I feel like I need to harvest the sap, but it just keeps putting it on his snoot.
Oh, and now you...
That's fine. This tree is very savage. He's very spicy for no reason.
Okay, this time, I'm sure I went the right way.
The snake again.
Hey! Let it go! Can't breathe. Oh yeah, there's a snake over here. Okay, so do not go that way. Got it.
But I wanna go that way. I thought there was maybe something I could do to deal with the snake. What is the broken age? Like 35? Hi Giga Watson. You tell me, do you think that's the broken age? I thought we were gonna get some sap from this guy, but it looks like not yet, I guess. As someone that is turning 35 this year, fuck her right off. You don't look it rich. Seems like the breaking starts at that age. Yeah. I think I was broken a bit before that, to be fair.
Hey, you guys need some driftwood for your costumes?
Oh yeah! Then we can hang some macrame from it.
Can you hear me up there? Careful.
Food? So I asked if you brought food for the class and you just respond by saying food.
That's not a good place to hang a ladder.
Wait, can I hang it anywhere?
That's not a good place to hang a ladder. Nah, that doesn't need a new sun. Especially not a vent. I don't think driftwood would help there. Better not waste my beast hooker on that.
Come on, Clarence, we're running out of time.
Nah, that doesn't need a new sun. Especially not a... I don't think driftwood would... I don't need any smelly sticks right now. I don't want to make this pretty crystal smell like beast hooker.
You dislocated a Neotikine, doesn't have any tendons. They're as bad as they've always been. Oh no!
Shh! Here she comes again.
Oh, driftwood. So smooth.
Alright, Hassan, I'm ready for a hint because I'm a little bit confused. Do they want food though? I want food. I always want food. That's a lie, but...
Can you hear me up there?
Marshall Dune?
Hmm?
Marshall Dune?
Hmm?
Which food?
I need to enter
Cooked
the maiden's
food.
feast.
child, at this point, we may not even have a maiden's feast.
Then have some food. Wow.
Not that you have the right scent for it anyway.
What do you mean?
How about now? Is the
I
construction
sprayed
coming
myself
along
with the
better?
stuff. I should smell good.
Ah, the sand is falling apart, and so am I.
So he needs the sap.
Hey, do you know the answer to the riddle about the pits and rotten bed?
What kind of pits are you talking about?
Huh. Not sure. Better let you get back to the feast.
Yes, yes. These maidens aren't going to serve up themselves.
I'm pretty sure I need the sap to help the sand stick together. But hard to get it from this guy.
Hey, want some perfume?
To what? Mask the smell of death that fills these woods? There's no hiding your sins, human.
Hey, wanna smell this?
That's not a real nose, you know. It's just a branch.
You know what would look nice hanging here? A drip. I'm gonna hang this.
No, we already tried that.
Mind if I hang my ladder here?
You touch me.
I've got a ladder in my pocket.
I know we've been through all these dialogue options before. Maybe if I give the buckets? I don't think the girls wanted the bucket though, I can't remember now. To finish off their outfits.
You guys need a bucket?
Nah, we just go in our costumes. Because when are we ever going to wear them again?
Drusilla, quiet! We have an image to maintain.
Okay, now flip it and stick it. Nice inversion.
That's not a good place to hang a ladder. You guys want to see something?
Okay, the mirror.
Okay, so far so good.
Pickup line of the year, I've got a ladder in my pockets. I don't know what I'm craving today. I don't think I'm necessarily craving anything.
Nah, that doesn't need a new sun. Especially not a vintage crystal one. It stinks enough without stirring it.
Okay, a little to
They already have the stick part. They're just missing the hooks. Better not waste my beast hooker on that. I don't think that would get me anything. That's not a good place to hang a ladder. Nah, that doesn't need a new sun. Especially not a vintage crystal one.
Come on, Clarence, we're running out of time. Don't make me come up there.
No.
Okay, a little.
Can I guess what it would be? Yeah, sure, Lily. Thank you for asking first.
Great, Clarence. Can you hear me up there? Watch out for the crosswind.
I think I might just chew a piece of gum for now because my jaw is like
Okay, a little
paining. Oh, driftwood to the lumberjack.
She does it.
Oh, I like that. Thank you, Lily.
Can you hear me up there? Okay, a little to the left. That's good. Plant it there.
I think that's the ticket. I completely forgot about the lumberjack, I'm not gonna lie. Because normally when you move on from one area to the next, you kind of forget about the area before.
Check it out. Non-talking wood.
Oh, and it's so smooth. Oh, man. I feel a stool coming on.
What?
Man's gonna poop.
Whew, that's a relief.
Tell me about it. I feel 10 times better. Thanks for helping me get that out of my system. I want you to have it.
Really? Thanks.
No
Thanks,
problem.
Guy.
I like to spread my samples around.
What the fuck? Alrighty, Susan.
And now you're decorating me like a Christmas.
Yes, I am. Hey, look at this.
Sorry to do this to you, but
Oh my god. Is that mutilated tree flesh?
you see, what Curtis does is he peels off the outer layer of the wood to get to the tender stuff inside. Then he dips the whole thing in an acid bath before he begins the deep carving. Oh, sorry, did that upset you?
Nice, Lily, thanks. Yay! Now we have a bucket of sap, which I guess I'm giving to the non-mayor. Yeah, she was very descriptive there.
Come on, Clarence, we're running out of time.
Marshal Dune?
Hmm?
Oh.
How about now? Is the construction coming along better?
Ah, the sand is falling up.
Better let you get back to the feet.
I wanna... Bam.
Here, this will make your sand mixture stick together better.
Really? How do you know?
I'm a baker. I know my ingredients.
At this point, I'd try anything.
Hell yeah!
Hey, Clarence, bring that load down here, will you?
Bring your load
I hope
here.
you're right about this.
It's never failed me before.
How many times have you used it?
Never. Shh. Let's watch.
Here comes a wave. I can't look.
What'd I tell you?
Now that's a sandcastle. Looks like we're in business.
We did it, boys!
All we need to do now is get those maidens in tune. All right, girls, time for the talent portion. Let's practice.
Sup, maidens?
Just waiting around to save the town. Same as always.
I want to be in the Maiden's Feast.
Well, maybe we could put in a good word for you, since you helped us with that bird attack.
Yeah, our dads are pretty powerful.
See you maidens later.
Ciao!
Remember what that's the note, okay? Let's do it again. Not quite, dears. Listen close.
Marshal Dune?
Hmm?
I need to enter the Maiden's Feast.
Well, I suppose I do owe you one for your help with construction. Unfortunately, you just don't have the right scent for it, my child.
I definitely do.
Better let you
Just
get
a
back
second.
to the feast.
Yes, yes.
Oh, man. The thing's
Faster. Mooring.
Marshal Dune?
Hmm?
Let me join.
I need to enter the Maiden.
Guess it's showtime.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not ready yet.
What? Well, I owe you one, so I can stall for a little while, but hurry back. I can't keep the beast from coming.
Be right back. I have to get some sort of powerful weapon before Mog Chothra gets here. Sup, maidens?
Just waiting around to save the town.
Same as always.
Hey, are you guys good with riddles?
Of course we are.
Except the kind.
Okay, so they
Hey, are you-
oops, they didn't have an
See you
answer.
maidens later.
Oh, come on.
Almost ready.
Hurry up, girl.
Hey, do you know the answer to the riddle about the pits and rotten bed?
What kind of pits are you talking about?
Huh. Not sure. Better let you get back to the feast.
Yes, yes. These maidens aren't going to serve up themselves.
Huh.
Faster. Mooring tents. That was
Here she comes again.
Stool.
This stool is the solution to your riddle.
How's that?
Well, I mean, you could sit on it while you think of the real answer.
Welcome back, son.
This pretty window is the solution to the riddle?
Are you asking me or telling me?
Telling you? Think about this. You can take down a ladder.
Go on.
And it can rise again and get you out of a pit.
Did I not try this before?
What about the rotten bed?
Well, just ignore that part.
You can't ignore the riddle of Yorn.
Could you remind me how the riddle of Yorn goes one more time?
Your aunt bought you shawarma?
You
Nice.
always take us down when we are in our prime. Devour your sweet rewards, yet I'll return in time. A child of mine will rise out of his rotten bed, up from a hidden pit, long after I am dead.
You didn't get juice.
Yeah. Bring us the solution, and you may enter the pyramid.
Huh.
Bye.
I'm not too sure what these kids want from me, I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, girls, time for the talent portion. Let's practice. Oh, Mog, shine your light.
Looking at this chum trough makes me really happy I grew up in a baking town instead of a fishing town. That's not a good use for a stool. That's not a good use for a stool. These fishing poles are useless. All the hooks have been stolen.
Girls, you need to take this serious.
That's not a good use for a stool. That's not a good use for a stool. That's not a good use for a stool.
That was flatter than an unreinforced sandcastle by the ocean. Do it just like that. Okay, forget about your diaphragms. Just try to stay somewhat in tune.
You gotta think of it. Same. I'm a little bit stumped. Do I need to piss off the tree more?
I'll let you get back to your screaming.
Oh.
Yeah, please leave before I vomit, you foul, ruthless stump.
You gonna say you're stumped? Oh no. It would have been a good one though.
Hey, the sun part, fell out when I walked by.
Man, I guess the heavy crystal I used for the sun needs a thicker lead around it. Just put it back up there and I'll fix it later.
Okay. I've had this the whole time. No idea what to do with it though.
I'll put it back just as soon as I'm done with it.
Oh, okay. Well. I wonder if there's anything up here. That other guy.
This looks like a fountain, but it's flat.
Much lighter that way.
I want to go speak to this girlie.
No way. It's too pretty. I'm keeping it. If that perch is getting uncomfortable, I've got a nice stool here.
Thanks, but I'm happy up here. Well, maybe not happy. but you know what I mean.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I'll leave you alone.
Just like Mog Chothra did. I'm used to it.
I was trying to see if I could get her down.
Way. It's too pretty. I'm keeping it. Need help getting down? I've got a ladder.
No.
Some
I'm never
Pepsi.
coming down.
Very nice. I actually had Pepsi recently, and I like it a lot more than Coke. Something has changed with the taste of Coke, and I don't like it anymore.
Hi. Hey, how about a nice stool to sit on?
No, I need to stand up. It's the only thing keeping me awake.
No way. It's too pretty. I'm keeping it. Want your ladder back?
Nah, keep it. I'm gonna use it later as an excuse for not dusting the upper nest.
Pepsi Max Cherry. Ooh, yes.
Good to see you again.
I had Pepsi Max yesterday, but not the cherry one. But the cherry one is really good. One thing I'm unsure about, that tree with the fruits. Not that I think it'll do anything for me, but I want to see if I can get fruit from it. You don't have Pepsi Cherry? Oh man. I really like cherry flavored drinks though.
Hey, tree. Check out this gross stool. Does it make you want to barf? Guess this one's not a big talker. Nah, that doesn't need a new sun. Especially not a vintage crystal one. That's not a good use for a stool.
Whoa. I'm a little bit stumped at the moment, Hassan. I was trying to see if I could get fruit from the tree. But it looks like it's not interested.
Too busy to sit down right now.
Oh yeah, it's the riddle. I need to do the riddle. But I wanted fruit because I thought maybe, you know, fruit could grow from a rotten bed, like decomposing stuff, but I don't know.
I don't want to disturb the mother-child reunion.
Hi Yoda! How are you?
I don't need a ladder hanging off of me.
The PNG looks great. It does! My friend made it for me. My friend, G-Max Yoda. So Hassan, I'm curious about the riddle. Because that's the only thing I'm now stumped by, is the riddle.
Someone's ripped the trees out of this painting.
They were looking at me.
This guy.
I feel like I should get to know that guy before I steal his art. Hi.
Hey, Vela.
Do you know what rises
maybe
from a
he would
rotten
know.
bed?
No, but it sounds like one of those fruity riddles my ex-girlfriend Becky was into. Man, I do not miss her.
Hey, about this art.
Yeah?
What is it?
Well, you know. It's abstract. It's kind of a tone poem, really.
Huh.
I find it does some interesting things with the space between viewer and image.
Okay. Where'd you get it?
I bought it from this slightly shady girl from Shellmound. Said she was selling it to get money to move out of town.
Aren't you bothered by its elitist themes?
I probably would be, if I had such a superficial understanding of the work.
How do you know it's hanging right side up?
Because the dude's little feet go on the bottom, duh.
Can I have it?
No way, man, that thing's vintage.
I like how it matches your decor.
Decor? I don't have a decor. The purpose of art is not decor, man.
Why do you have it up then?
I only had it up there ironically, but I was actually getting sick of it. If you like it, just take it.
Really? Okay. Catch you later, Curtis.
Beware the trees.
Cool.
Okay, I'm taking this.
Cool. I liked that kind of stuff when I was your age, too.
This lumberjack is voiced by Will Wheaton. Who's that? Please don't crucify me. No, Hassan, I asked for a hint 20 minutes ago and I didn't get one. I don't want a hint.
What's this supposed to be? A little man with a bad haircut?
Don't be sorry, eat your food. Star Trek, and he's done a bunch of nerd stuff. Oh, I don't like Star Trek. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you this. Oh, let's show the tree. Maybe he'll get mad at me again.
I've got some art that might make you sick.
Is it made of wood?
Actually, I've never seen this material before.
Then I doubt it would make me as sick as the horrors made by your lumberjack friend.
Aw. I just wanted to piss off the tree again because he's a bit of an ass.
Oh, Mark, shine your light on me, okay?
You guys like art?
We are art.
These comments.
Here she comes again.
I have a piece of art here that is the solution to your riddle.
Does it have a pit? Or children?
Not really. Okay, I retract my statement.
Ah!
The solution to your riddle is clown shoes.
We don't even know what those are. But no.
Can't we lie? They can't see. I know, right? How would they know?
These fishing poles are useless. All the hooks have been stolen.
This art piece looks weird. It looks like someone's getting stabbed in the face.
No. Any idea what this is?
Please, unless it's Mog Chothra, I don't even have time to look. Ooh, what was that? Did a whale swim by? Do it just like that.
Can I stick it on one of the birds?
That wouldn't help.
Okay.
Said about your diaphragms, girls, and singing from them? Faster, more intense.
What is the solution to the riddle, Hassan?
That was flatter than an unreinforced sandcastle by the ocean.
I'm over this. The tree? But they weren't interested in the stool, I don't think.
Can I hang my abstract art here?
No.
Fuck this guy.
Too busy to sit down right now.
I want to sit down. The big one in the sky? Oh, because I need the fruits? I mentioned it earlier, but I don't know how to get fruit. I want to go up. I know the rich said I was on the right track with the fruit thing, and the lumberjack said fruity earlier, but how the fuck I get the fruits? That part I haven't figured out yet. That's fine, let's go try again. He said something fruity. It's a fruity riddle. That guy at the top. Oh, I'm gonna need to have my feather shoes on again. Jessie's just vibing over here with her egg.
I could hang my art in this tree, but the tree looks better without it. Too busy to sit down right now. Nah, that doesn't need a new sun, especially not a vintage crystal one.
Ah!
I could hang my art in this tree, but the tree looks better without it. Nah, that doesn't need a new sun, especially not a vintage crystal one. I feel like I shouldn't do that. That's not a good use for a stool.
You're not a good use for a stool. I can't do anything while I'm up there. Either. Do I need to go make friends with one of the birds?
I don't want to disturb the mother-child reunion. You like art, Jessie? Yeah, me too. Better not. She'd probably break it. I think that nest is a pretty comfy sitting.
Maybe I give it to them?
You guys know anything about art?
Oh, yeah, I know Art. He moved away.
He's back to calling himself Bart now.
Nah, I think they'd break it.
Yeah, same.
You guys need a rest? You getting tired?
No, because we're so light.
And my suit is also a chair.
Maybe she wants the chair.
Well, I'll let you get back to your work.
Watch your step.
Need something to sit on?
Thanks, but standing up while I work is how I keep my legs looking so good. You'll just have to trust me on that one.
Okay, lady.
Hey, you don't know anything about art, do you?
Oh, so shoemaking's not an art, is it?
Oh my gosh.
Never mind.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. This lady. That lady be sheeshin', yo.
Maybe it would make things more cheerful around here if I hung some art.
Maybe it would make things more cheerful if I hung myself.
Whoa!
Hey, that's a little dark.
Sorry. I didn't really mean it.
Okay.
How's it hanging?
Good one.
Lily, what is that?
I'll leave you alone.
Is that a blobfish?
Just like Mog Chothra did. I'm used to it.
Oh.
You birds want to help me kill Mog Chothra?
Hi.
So what's new out here?
Are you making fun of me?
Well, I'll leave you alone.
Okay.
Want some art?
I'm at a bit of a loss. What are some of those emotes? If you don't zoom in on that emote, it looks sus. Yeah? So I need the fruit, but...
What's this supposed to be? A little man with a bad haircut? What's this supposed to be? A little man with a bad haircut?
Oh my god, Lily.
You know, that Curtis looks like such a slacker, but he sure can bust out a solid stool.
Don't explain to her son. Do not explain to him. He doesn't need to know, it's okay. He's too young to know.
What do you birds do for fun around here?
Do you want some art?
I don't think they like art.
Oh, well, fine.
What's this supposed to be? A little man with a bad haircut?
You need to tie some ladders together. Did you hear me?
Goodbye. I still haven't found a purpose for this thing though.
I'll put it back just as soon as I'm done with it.
One more hint.
Nah. Nah, that doesn't need a new son. Especially not if that's not a good use for a stool. That's not a good use for a stool. No way. They're just my size. I'm keeping them.
No, it's fine. I'm stumped. I'm not too sure. Because I feel like there has to be something in this direction. But oh, there was also someone in this town that liked art or sold it to him. So I don't know. And this guy's just not interested in anything, so I guess we're done with him.
Oh, Mog, shine your light on me, okay?
Want to see some pretty crystal?
Please, child, I just want to unload some maidens and go home to my sandcastle.
What? He's not interested in the art either, right?
Any idea what this is?
Please, unless it's Mog Chothra, I don't even have time to look.
I'm pretty sure I need fruit though. I just don't know how to get the fruits. I need the fishing rod, but I need the hooks. They have the hooks. So I need to get the hooks from them to use the fishing rod.
Poles are useless. All the hooks
to
have been stolen.
to get the fruit.
You know what? I quit. Mount Chakra, take me instead.
Same.
You know what would make that outfit complete? Feathery shoes.
Our outfits are perfect.
That's not a good place to hang a ladder. You guys like art?
We are art.
That was flatter than an unreinforced sandcastle by the ocean. Faster, more intense.
So yes, Hassan, how do I?
Waiting around to save the town. Same as always.
Hey, are you guys good with riddles?
Of course we are.
Except the kind where there are words that have
The tree?
two meanings.
Oh yeah, and you think the word means one thing, but it actually means the other thing? Yeah, I hate those.
It's not like that.
Left side of the tree.
Maybe?
Really?
See you maidens later.
Was it something small that I didn't see? Oh my god. Ah!
Girls, you need to take this seriously.
No, Hassan. Ugh. How many times have I been up there? Wait, why?
This guy hasn't gotten mail in a while.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that this guy hasn't gotten mail. Seems a bit loopy. That guy. Further. I don't feel bad for him, to be fair, Lily. Because he's a cult leader, so, you know. Oh, what the heck?
Give me some fruit. Dang.
Uh-oh. I haven't put my shoes on. Put your shoes on, girly. I remembered every other time I came up here. Just not that time. Oh, shit. Oops. This is so dumb. I was using the stool to try and climb up the tree.
Give me some fruit.
Oh.
Dang. That's not a good use for a stool. No. I feel like I shouldn't do that. Nah, that doesn't need any. Give me some fruit. Dang.
What? Oh, is it falling into the nest below? Please fall into the nest. Blessed.
Firm. And pungent.
Nice. Okay, we made progress. Let's get out of here. Hello? Father? Are they mocking the French with that? Like leaving out sounds? Did you get the fruit? I did. You got a phone call. Look at you, Mr. Popular.
Let's practice. Oh, Mark, shine your light on me, okay?
Here, take your freaking fruit, man.
Here she comes again.
Check it out. Fruit.
No thanks. These are our only rows. We don't want to get them all sticky.
Oh.
It's the answer to your riddle.
Miss Dial.
But it's just a fruit with a pit inside. Oh my god. It's so simple. Why didn't we get that? Oh man. That's been bugging us all day.
But what does it have to do with the pyramid?
Huh? Oh, nothing. It's just something our friend Becky Yorn told us this morning.
Oh, Becky.
She thinks she's so smart. I can't wait to rub this thing in her face.
So, can I go in there now?
Oh, yeah, whatever. Knock yourself out.
Let's motherfucking go.
I'm going in.
Okay.
Whoa.
Man, my mouth tastes like death. Oh, hey, you found my circuit control router. That's awesome. Now I can fire up this ship and get back to Loruna.
What?
Are you the Deadeye God?
Man, that's so embarrassing. The locals called me that when my spaceship crashed here, and I kind of went along with it because, well, you know, God.
Were you really dead?
Nah, I was just preserved in cryogenic suspension for 300 years. I guess all the locals I knew here are long dead. That's kind of a relief. They were a little annoying.
So much
Part of the reason
happened,
I went
yeah.
into isolation, to tell you the truth.
Does the ship you mentioned have any weapons?
Hey, whoa.
There's a giant monster that is destroying villages and eating young girls, and it may or may not have already... My whole family might be... Anyway, I just need to take down a horrible monster. Will you help?
I mean, sure. I owe you one. But my ship didn't have any weapons that I know of. I'll dig around once I get this heap working and let you know.
So we're standing in a spaceship?
Just the upper observation deck. The rest of it's buried underneath. I'm gonna need to fix some more wiring before I can even gain access to it.
What's Loruna?
That's my home planet. Or at least it was. Who knows if it's even still there.
What's all this equipment do?
This is the main observation deck of my ship. So this stuff mostly scans for signs of life or habitable worlds. Anything that would help the mission.
What was your mission?
Operation Dandelion. The Runa was dying. The spaceship was supposed to give us a fresh chance and a new home. But instead, we crashed here.
How'd your ship crash?
I hate to think about it, but there's a chance it was me. I tried to hack into the ship's controls and take over. Then some weird stuff happened, and the next thing I know, I'm here.
Can I help?
Depends. You know anything about spaceships?
No. I'm just a baker from Sugar Bunting.
Sugar Bunting? Is that anything like Steel Bunting? When I first landed, there was this town called Steel Bunting that the locals were all afraid of. Apparently, it's full of badasses.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah, thanks for finding my circuit control router. I lost it during the crash and couldn't find it anywhere. I drew pictures of it for the locals and kept saying, "Give me this, give me this." After a few years, I just had to put myself in cryogenic storage and hope someone smarter would come along and find it.
Okay, see you later.
Uh-huh.
A badass is someone who's like, could be like strong, could be cool, they do cool things, you know?
Ooh, pretty colors. Whoops.
Hey, that was my amplifying quartz.
Whoops.
Without that, how am I supposed to read the data from the search beam?
Sorry, I'll get a new one.
Don't bother. All I really care about is getting out of here, and I don't need a search beam for that.
Well, too bad.
There. Good as new.
Actually, that's not bad. And you even got it in the right slot. Hey, put that laser coil back. That's how I generate light for my search beam.
I'm just cleaning it. The top socket is empty.
Yeah, because you stole my laser coil, and you'd better put it back.
I feel bad for swiping this laser coil. I should probably put it back. There, it's back. Safe and sound.
I hope you put it in the right socket. Otherwise, the scanning beam could overheat.
Oh?
On second thought, the bottom socket is empty.
Yes, you broke my... Hey, put that laser...
The bottom socket is empty.
Shush.
Yes.
Looks better here.
No, it doesn't.
Nailed it.
What have you done?
Fixed your ship?
You put the amplifying quartz after the laser coil. If I powered up the beam in this configuration, I mean, the thermal feedback alone could melt down my entire ship. I could conceivably release the extra energy out of the targeting iris, but that would only produce a powerful weaponized... Well, heck, let's just call a death ray.
Yay!
We have a death ray.
And I told Becky, "You're so ugly. I'm glad I'm blind."
Okay.
Death ray.
The targeting iris has 300 years of rust on it, but it should do the trick.
I'll try to lure him into a good spot.
You can fire the weapon with this remote trigger.
Like this?
Okay, shut it down.
Clarence, was that you? Knock it off!
Just use quick bursts, or that hacked circuit of yours will cause a meltdown up here.
I'm not sure how to thank you for this.
You know what? The whole time I was on that spaceship, all I really wanted was to be as useful as I feel right now.
Well, wish me luck.
Hey, if you're really from Steel Bunting, I'm sure you're not gonna need it.
All right, girls, time for the talent portion. Let's practice. Oh, Mog, shine your light on me.
Ready when you are, Marshall.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime! You know what to do, girls.
Oh, Chandra.
my god.
This way. Follow me. Get ready to fire that thing. Here.
Oh, do I have to?
It's time. Hit it.
Oh, do I have to hit it in the eye?
Get that laser ready. It's time. Yeah, now.
I just need to make sure that doesn't eat me, right?
Get that laser ready. I don't think I'm getting through that thick hide.
Do I need a...
Get ready to fire that thing. Here. Get ready to fire that thing.
Does it need to open its mouth, maybe? Oh! Shit!
I could beat you with one arm tied behind my back, but not two.
Oh, whoops.
Almost. It's charging back up. Do it! I don't think I'm getting through that thick hide. Fire away!
Oh!
Oh yeah. Hit it, Deadeye God. Gotcha. Hit it. Fire away. Nailed it. Now.
No more noodles. Oh, shit.
I don't think I'm getting through that thick hide. Do it! No good. Even his eyes are armor plate. Hit it, Deadeye God.
Uh-oh. He made new ones?
Do it! Just a slap on the wrist. No good. Fire away. Nailed it. Do it! Ooh, sounds like that hurt. Even its eyes are armor plated. He must have a more vulnerable. Dang, the hide's too thick.
Open your mouth, you nasty ass.
Take the shot.
You just gonna grow new ones all the time?
Fire away. That's not going to work.
It has to be the eye, right?
Wait. No, I need to find a more vulnerable spot. Come on, you stupid death ray. Hit it. There's more where that came from. Hit it, Deadeye God. I don't think I'm getting. Hurry up and recharge already. Take the shot.
No? Fuck.
I could beat you with one arm tied behind my back, but not two.
Oh, what the heck?
Do it! Just a slap on the wrist. Follow me, Mog. Yeah, you recognize me, don't you? Ow! Ooh, sounds like that hurt.
I'm not sure.
The skin deflects my shots. Take the shot! Hold still!
Oh?
Down!
Am I somehow missing it?
Take the shot! I knew that wasn't my fault! Fire away!
What?
Hit it, Deadeye God! Come on, Death Ray! Fire away! Slippery sucker!
Huh?
again? What is he made of? No good. Even his eyes are armor plated. Hit it. Take the shot. Hold still. Hit it.
Okay, let me get grabbed. Open your eye.
Do it. No good. His mouth is closed. Fire away. No good. His mouth is closed.
Ah.
Short things can surprise you.
Hehehe.
Whoa!
No!
Hit it, Deadeye God!
Die, you monster.
I forgot I had other things that I could use. Eee. Oh no. Oh!
Hey, rise and shine, son. You better get up. I'm almost off duty. Your mom's gonna be here soon, and you know how she is. Oops, that's my boy. Oh, here comes your mother.
There's my little angel. What a good boy. Okay, let's clean up that dirty little body.
Hey, easy, computer.
Oh, quit.
So is
being
this the
so
guy that we
shy.
saw before?
I used to change your diaper.
What happened to the old Gramps in the beginning? I don't know. We left our family behind.
Choco Rockets?
Sure. What difference does it make?
Those don't look like rockets.
Good morning, Commander Shay. Yes, you won't be sorry, Commander. Once more into the Milky Breach. It's happening. It's really happening. Now, sir, I don't just serve food. I also serve up nutrition facts and eating encouragement. For instance, that last spoonful was exactly 7.1 calories. Did you? Commander? Aren't you excited to see what the big deal is? Up on the bridge? No? Well then, want to know the viscosity of this morning's synthetic milk?
Okay, computer. What's the big emergency?
I wish you'd call me Mom, sweetie.
I wish you called me Captain, computer.
Okay, Captain Sweetie. Let's get down to business. We are currently tracking multiple developing crises that need urgent attention. First of all, a massive avalanche has been reported on the planet Galarctica. Second, there's a runaway train in System 7 that's headed for Spike Canyon. We've also received a Mayday signal from the vessel Friendship Circle. They're under attack. And, uh-oh, this just came in. My sensors are reporting an entity of unknown origin has attached itself to the hull of this very ship. What are your orders, sweet Captain?
Better suit up and investigate that.
What's with all the baby stuff? I'm not sure.
Let's use the safety suit.
Ah, come on.
Welcome back.
outside the ship. The foreign body must be very close by. I found the object. It appears to be something organic in nature. Something's telling me I should stick my face right into it.
Get off!
No?
Got a special nutrition paste for you today. Light brown.
Yeah.
Ready for your next exciting space mission, honey? We've got an avalanche, a runaway train, a spaceship under attack, and a mysterious object on the hull.
We need to help those avalanche victims.
I knew you'd want to help them, sweetie. Plotting a course for planet Galactica.
Whoa.
Someone help us! My toes are really chilly!
Because they're in ice
This is
cream?
the massive avalanche?
It's worse than it looks!
Really? How?
It's an ice cream avalanche! Yay!
Why do they seem excited?
That's not worse. Don't worry. I'll figure out how to get you out of there soon.
We know you will. We believe in you, Shay!
Come on. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Oh, look. It's another Grab and Gary robot. Can't wait to put it in the trash. I mean, my collection. Here. Take this spoon and dig yourselves out.
We don't know how to use it. Show us, brave hero!
Good job.
Yay! What a brilliant idea! Look at him go! So brave!
You're going to love this dinner pill. Deep fried nutrition paste.
Oh. Lovely.
What mission should we go on next, sweetie?
Let's catch that runaway train.
Aye, aye, Captain Sweetie. To System 7.
Help! The train won't stop! And look! The bridge is up! We're gonna crash into Spike Canyon! Oh no! The bridge man is asleep on the dome! This is a terrible thing to happen to us! Especially because it seems so preventable! Doesn't anyone have any ideas? If only we could wake up the bridge man! But how would we ever do that?
Derry can't reach that. But if I just yell at the bridge man, I think he will. Okay, Spoon, get ready. I'm going to throw you at the bridge man.
I'm happy to volunteer for that suicide mission, sir. But I think if you just shout at the bridge man, he'll lower or raise that bridge.
I don't know how long I can hold on to
Derry can't reach that. But if I just yell at the bridge man,
Wake up, bridge man!
Oh.
My arms were about to pop off.
Something seems off here. What's off her, son? Oh.
Thank you, brave hero. We should celebrate. Thank you. So brave.
absolutely not.
Thanks for keeping it safe.
Look at the sleepy hero.
Tomorrow's another day, buddy.
This is such a weird story.
And that's the story of how you got here. Hey, were you even listening to me?
I've got a feeling this is gonna be a great day. Choco Rockets?
Yikes. No way.
Cinnamons?
Why not?
That's the same cereal I had the other day. What the heck?
Your saliva has a 0.001 pH imbalance today. May I suggest more whole grain nutrient paste?
Throwing yourself on the bed. Yeah, that can be quite nice.
We have to defend the friendship circle.
Oh, I just don't know who would attack those poor defenseless cuties. To the teleporter room.
Whoa, what the fuck?
I'm aboard the distressed vessel, Friendship Circle. I found one of the crew. Gary doesn't give hugs. Fake controls. What a surprise. What happened here? From an enemy vessel? Or an alien creature? Or did you attack yourselves in a fit of space madness? Yes?
Got a special nutrition paste for you today. Space meat in a blanket.
Yay.
What mission should we go on next, sweetie?
Ugh, I gotta get out of this routine. I could use a spacewalk, I guess.
Okay. Watch out for that foreign body on the hull.
Yeah, right. No, I can't abort this mission until I've seen it through, no matter how stupid it is.
Yeah, I feel like I would have gone insane with this Yoda.
Open up. But this time, take it easy.
You're going to love this dinner pill. Leftovers medley.
Definitely, I think he's going
Mission should we
insane.
go on next, sweetie?
Here we go again. Fattening avalanche, I guess.
Well, good. You're so skinny. Plotting a course for planet Galactica.
You're not gonna believe this, but
There was another ice cream avalanche?
yay!
Weird. Hey, check this out.
Why not check out us avalanche victims over here instead?
Discovered a strange feature over here, computer.
Just ignore that, Shay.
Hey, check this out.
Why not check out us avalanche victims over here instead?
Don't worry, I'll figure out how to get you out of there soon.
We know you will.
Good eater.
I feel like I'm gonna go insane. Never mind this kid.
Time for more adventures in Sleepyland.
Hey, any day without a real emergency is a good day, son. Rise and shine.
Come on, Buster. No time to waste. Choco Rockets?
Yikes. No way.
Cinnamons?
I think I'd rather eat a bug.
Honey holograms?
Sounds good, computer.
Oh! It's the same cereal. My life is a lie.
Make like a train and choo choo choo.
What mission should we go on next, sweetie?
I'd rather jump off a cliff than do this again. Fake train wreck, please.
I knew you'd choose that one. To System 7.
We're gonna crash into Spike Canyon!
Wake up, Bridgeman!
We're saved! He lowered the bridge! What an amazing idea! Brilliant and resourceful! Don't forget to test it! Without being, all braggy about it. Thank you, brave hero! We should celebrate! Let's do the way!
I'm gonna skip because I'm gonna go insane if I have to listen to that again.
Special nutrition paste for you today. Space meat in a blanket.
Again? Yeah. Same, dude.
What mission should we go on?
Bet if I took a dive on one of these missions, that would change things. Back to the Cuddle Dungeon.
Cuddle Dungeon!
Fake controls. What a surprise. More fake controls. Hey, wake up.
What?
You're going to love this dinner pill. Deep fried nutrition
Again?
paste.
Same, dude.
What mission should we go on next, sweetie?
Does it not
On the
count
bright
if I
side,
skip it?
Every new day means a new chance to die on a runaway train. Fake train wreck, please.
I knew you'd choose that one. To System 7.
Choose.
We're gonna crash into Spike Canyon!
What's that, son? Did you say wake up the bridge man? That's such a good idea.
I don't know how long I can hold on to this! If only there were a heroic genius on the train!
If only.
I'm losing my grip!
Same.
I can't hang on for much longer!
Oh no!
My arms are stretching!
Oh no!
Ow! My fingers! I'm going to have to let go in a second. I don't know how long I can hold on to this.
No, thank you.
If only there were a heroic genius.
Wake up, Bridgeman!
Hooray! Good. Now leave it down.
Back to sleep, Bridgeman.
What are you doing?
Shay!
What were you thinking? You could have saved us.
A PNG tuber is not a downgrade. It's an alternative. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. Ain't nobody holding a gun to your head. And ain't nobody asking you to bring 2 accounts here to be rude. So, you know. Goodbye.
Having fun?
Whoa.
Huh? Who are you?
When you tire of child's play, when you're ready for real danger, come see me.
But...
Tell no one. Do you understand?
Okay, but...
No one.
Hey! Wait! What?
Oops.
No discussion about it, young man. You need to rest and heal up in bed until further
While we
notice.
clapping?
Computer, I'm fine. Obviously.
No, you might have a delayed fracture. That can happen.
No, it can't.
All missions are canceled. love you.
Weird. No missions. I can do whatever?
Oh shit.
It looks like a weird little screwdriver. It's a tank of compressed air. Could be useful in an emergency.
You're
Yeah,
gonna look,
right.
he's no worries,
Like we have
son.
those. The air vent is screwed shut with these weird little screws.
Will do, thank you, Hassan. I'm actually finishing up soon, so... Whoa.
What's this? It looks like an inflatable raft.
Ah.
It's locked. What a dirty trick.
Hey, what are you doing out of bed, Buster?
What am I? Your prisoner?
Just until I'm sure you're safe. You have no idea how important you are, Shay.
It looks like an inflatable raft. It's a tank of compressed air. Could be useful in an emergency.
Oh?
Come on, Grab and Gary. Be more fun. You can do it. Can't you do anything except grab stuff?
I wonder if he can grab anything for me. Since I can't go out, maybe he can.
Come on, Grab and Gary. Be more fun. You can do it. Can't you do anything except grab stuff?
Maybe the air vent? Oh my god, I can fit in it.
Hey,
Oh.
what are you doing out of bed,
Damn it.
Buster?
Nah. Gary doesn't want to grab that. Nah. Gary doesn't want to grab that. Don't see anything there I want to eat. Nah. Gary doesn't want to grab that.
What?
Nah.
What is that though?
Gary doesn't want to grab that. She says it's a humidifier, but I think it's some sort of mind control device. Either way, it's dead now. I took away its food source. I don't think wedging a spoon in there would do any good. It's a tank of compressed air. Could be useful in an emergency. Yeah, right. Like we have those. Don't see anything there I want to eat. I don't think that will help inflate it.
Oh, wait, do I actually have to inflate
Maybe
it?
this air tank has enough pressure to blow up this raft. Whoa.
Whoa.
It looks like a blow-up doll of me. Creepy. Hopefully, this looks enough like me to fool the warden.
Uh-huh.
Negative. This door is locked.
Where's my little angel? Oh, there he is. Oh, I think I almost
Yoda, this
lost
game
you
is
today.
so weird.
Sleep tight, little hero.
Man, computers are stupid.
Meanwhile, I'm playing this on a computer.
Whoa. How have I never seen this part of the ship before?
You came because you are done with children's games.
Yes. Who are you?
My name is Marek, and what I'm about to show you is no game. While you've been drifting through the universe, eating ice cream, playing with trains, war has been raging across the galaxy.
War? Between who?
Between the forces that every war is between the powerful and the weak, the tyrants and the innocent.
But who?
Does it even matter? There will always be war. We did not start it, and we cannot stop it. What we can do is protect the weak and rescue the helpless. Look at this distress signal I just received from a peaceful colony in the Talon Nebula.
Whoa.
The helpless creatures you see have been imprisoned by forces of tyranny and may soon be executed.
But...
Yes?
We have to save them.
Yes. Yes, we do. I'm pleased you feel as such.
We have to go tell the ship's computer.
No. You must tell no one on this ship what I have just told you. This ship is programmed with one function: to keep you safe.
Yeah, I noticed that.
To help these creatures, you will need to put yourself at risk in a way she could never understand.
No, you're right. She would never understand. So what can we do?
First, we have to get to the Talon Nebula. Take this star chart to the navigation room. I have an earpiece for you to wear, so we can stay in contact. Use that vent to avoid detection. Return immediately after you're successful. But quickly, young cub, we don't have much time.
Oh shit. Very weird game, but now I'm invested. You're also invested now?
Master has come to play with the Space Weaver.
Whoa.
Where shall we go today, wise commander?
Oh man.
Venting
a
very
real
sus.
mission for
Hi,
once.
Joggin.
This is so fun.
This is serious, Shay. Stay focused.
You can hear everything I say?
Yes. Please don't say anything embarrassing.
Hey, Space Weaver. Can you take me here?
It would be elementary. Preparing decryption mechanism. Initializing warp and wolf drive. Intake calipers in position. Weave thrusters at viscosity. Spindle at rotational velocity. Deploying nav scarf in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody make it in one piece? Great.
We should be in the Talon Nebula now.
Great work, young cub. We're approaching the location of the distress signal now. This is worse than I thought. The good news is their captors have left them unguarded for the time being.
What can I do?
Here, take these controls. You need to lower the shields so the boom arms can be extended. Go on, lower the shields. Good. Now wait until the boom arm is correctly positioned above the subject, then press this to engage the grappling sequence.
Okay.
I got it!
Great work, Shay.
We're in the arcade
now?
now?
The boom arms will haul it in and place it in the auxiliary cargo hold.
I should go see if it's okay.
No. They must remain in complete quarantine for their own protection. And ours.
You mean our diseases might kill them?
You are wise for such a young cub. Now we must save more quickly before the
You don't trust him?
return.
Yeah.
Use the movement controls to position the ship. Careful.
Got another one.
Great. Now just place it in the cargo hold and... Oh no.
What is it?
Hostile forces have been detected nearby. They're coming in our direction. We need to retreat.
Not yet. There's still one more to save.
No time. We have to pull out immediately or we'll be destroyed.
No! You didn't tell me I'd have to pick who lived and died.
You want to be a grown-up? Get used to making tough decisions. No time to mourn. There's another distress signal. This one's from...
Yeah, look, I've seen
Danger
Lily's
System
driving
5.
skills.
Are you
I don't know
up
if
to
I
it?
trust her either.
Shay, are you the master of your feelings or are they the master of you?
Give me the star chart.
I say that with all the love in my heart, Lily. I promise.
Time to save some helpless creatures.
Do not touch those until I tell you that it's time. I apologize. It's just that I build them myself and I'm a little protective.
Hey, Space Weaver. Can you take me here?
With pleasure.
Whoa.
Preparing decryption mechanism. Initializing warp and wolf drive. Intake calipers in position. Weave thrusters at viscosity. Spindle at rotation.
Okay, we should be in Danger System 5.
Are we ever? Take a look at this.
Oh no.
Careful. Excellent. Securing subject and cargo hold. Wait for it. Great work. Don't wait forever, though. Good. But hurry, we're running out of time. Okay, that's enough.
What do you mean that's enough?
I mean, enemy ships are approaching.
I don't see anything. I need to save this last one.
You're going to endanger the whole mission to save one creature?
Just give me a second.
This is a waste of time. There is no need for this.
We're good, homie.
Okay, I got it. But something's wrong.
Cut it loose. We need to retreat before...
Uh-oh.
Attention, ship is under attack.
What happened?
Probably one of the enemy vessels I warned you about, remember?
We need to get that last creature.
Uh-oh.
Too late. The ship is retreating under autopilot to a safe location. And we're completely locked out of the controls.
How are we going to perform any more rescues?
We'll have to find another way to hack into the boom arm controls. And another way to bring the shields down at the right time. And who knows if we'll be able to navigate to the right system now that the ship's on high alert.
The ship's computer must be freaking out right now.
Oh, yes. As soon as the alarm sounded, the first thing she probably did was check on you and your...
Shay, are you hurt? Oh, goodness. Don't worry, sweetie. Something attacked the ship, but Mommy's taking care of it. Nothing to worry about, okay? Oh, so brave.
Whew. Better get back to Merrick to hear his plan.
Alright. Unfortunately, it is time. I do need to be off. But probably streaming again tomorrow. The time is a bit sucky. Load shedding, because we're stuck on stage 4. Yeah. Hi Danny. But yeah, I'll see. Maybe maybe I can do like a later evening stream. But yeah, unfortunately I do need to head off, peepos. But thank you all for chilling with me while playing this very strange and interesting game. No sad, no sad. We had a good time together today, right? So if you had a good time, you're not allowed to be sad. You gotta be happy. Catch you later. Yeah, I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. I think it's gonna be a later stream, so like in the evening. And thank you all so much for your for your help, for your company today. This was a lot of fun. Sometimes small brain, sometimes 200 IQ. You guys all saying thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Gosh, anyway. Let's see. Who can we visit? Bow, bow, bow. My brain is all mushy. Where shall we go? What are we gonna go watch? Does anyone have any ideas? My brain is like, ugh. Like there's a couple people that we could rate, but fucking Dan. Yeah, shall we go annoy Dan? Because I never get to watch his streams anyway, so I might as well go now, right? Alright. Let me set up the raid. Okay, you guys know the I almost wrote exclamation Dan now. Alright, you guys know the drill. There's the raid message. And let me just set up the raid as well. We're going over to Dan. You guys may know him as fucking Chaos. The least chaotic person I know. But anyway. Everyone, please do take care of yourselves this weekend. Find some time to rest. To take it easy. Eat some good food. Play games. Watch something. Do whatever makes your goat float. But yes, everyone, have a wonderful weekend. I say that, but I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Please enjoy. Please enjoy Dan's stream. I'll probably just be floating around in his chat. I have to go and cook dinner. And then I'll probably just be hanging out in his chat a little bit. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye bye. Have a good rest of the day. No, you. All of you have a wonderful day or evening. Wherever you are in the world. Alright. Bye. No, you. No, you, Lily. All of you. All of you go have a lovely day. And don't forget the raid message, yeah? Just in case anyone missed it. No, you, actually. Alright, bye guys. See you tomorrow.